What's the motherfucking deal, man? Welcome to the den. I hope that everyone is doing well this evening. I am your host, and I apologize for the delay. Like, I was ready to go, and then, like, as soon as I hit that live button, I fucking had to go take a leak. TMI, oh well. We're all friends of the den. Sometimes we just gotta talk about it. Now, with that being said, I am Ed Honcho. You can catch my personal social medias, Ed Honcho, HTX, Instagram, and Twitter. And hit that like button. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button and hit the like button. Let YouTube know that you enjoy what's going on here. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Den Show Live is the easiest way to find it. Den Show Live at Gmail if you want to send an email. We did not go live this morning. I will spend some time working on some things I didn't get finished up, but we will be live for the rest of the week, I promise. Live every night, 10 p.m. Central, 7 days a week. If you can't watch, listen. The Den Show podcast. Get the audio. Den Show shop. We'll get some of that fresh Den Show merch. 833-284-3336 is the Den line number. You can call, send a text message, screenshots, pictures, whatever it may be. You might have some news or something you would like me to speak on, talk about. Feel free to share. If you want to make a one-time donation to the channel, you can go to streamlabs.com/The Den Show. And if you want to pledge to the channel on a monthly basis, you can go to patreon.com/The Den Show. Shout out to Donald Trump, Stina Story-Eyed, James, Diana, Dan the Man, Miss Goya, and Betty Spaghetti. I appreciate the love and I appreciate the faith you show in this community as we continue to grow. Although, big tech may not like what we're talking about, we're going to talk about it no matter what. So, make sure you're following the podcast because, just in case, you always got to have a contingency plan. And so make sure you're following the podcast. And so you always know where to go if anything was to go awry. Now, it is an honor, it is a privilege, it is a pleasure to get to chop it up with you each and every evening and during the daytime. I hope all of you are doing well. I really do. I hope everybody's doing good. Let's see what we got joining us this evening. Let's get into some good conversation, man. Let's talk about some shit. One, Kenneth. Weirdo. Kenneth is a stan. Culture, what's the motherfucking deal? Shout out to Culture. Making my life easier. I thank you. You don't understand how much I appreciate that. Casio, what's the motherfucking deal? Savage Donald Trump, what's the motherfucking deal? Lady Tia, one of the greatest calls the Den ever had. Shout out to Lady Tia. Corey Key, what's the motherfucking deal? White Persuasion, what's the motherfucking deal? My Name, what's the motherfucking deal? Let's see, Nana Diana. I see you, Nana Diana. What's the motherfucking deal? Let's see. Let me slide. Cha-cha now, y'all. Make sure I ain't missing nobody. If I miss you, I ain't dish you. Got some good talk going here. And we're going to have a great conversation this evening. Marie Lovely, what's the motherfucking deal? And that's a very good point that you made there. Smith, what's the motherfucking deal? Smith, you will get 1,000 pistachios because I don't think anybody else got it. And so I'll make sure Smith gets 1,000 pistachios. Beyond a funny nigga, what's the motherfucking deal? Baker Man, what's the motherfucking deal? Unbeaten, what's the motherfucking deal? Makeup Junkie, what's the motherfucking deal? Danny MTZ, maybe that's Dominic, I don't know, same dude. McVice, what's the motherfucking deal? James Harden. Let me see. Rabbit 666, what has happened to Rabbit? He has gone awry. He has decided to join the Church of Satan. Hey, whatever floats your boat. Kenneth Brown, what's the motherfucking deal? Kanisha, what's the motherfucking deal? Even though you are in D-Town. Rashida Reed, Shelley Long, what's the motherfucking deal? Glad to see all of you this evening. And so I think it'll be a very interesting conversation. And if you don't know, The Den is the best conversation on the internet, and the reason why it is so is because you people make it such a wonderful conversation. Ruby Roo and Shannon Jones, what's the motherfucking deal? So, talking about minimum wage tonight. And my particular thoughts on minimum wage. Let me do it like this. My particular thoughts on minimum wage are simple, I do believe. You know, I don't think that, make sure you get these pistachios. Professor Trill in the building. V Darko, what's the motherfucking deal? I look at minimum wage like this. The majority of jobs that are minimum wage gigs tend to be youthful jobs, if you understand what I'm saying. You know, entry level type stuff. And I told y'all when I got into some shenanigans a while back, I did something I used to tell myself I would never fucking do. And I took my ass to Mickey D's because I had bills to pay. I had to maintain and sustain and make up for some of the problematic activities I got involved in, and I had to make a decision. I could keep doing the foolishness I was doing or try to right some of my wrongs, however you want to look at it. And so this is the way I look at it, because this is the land of opportunity. And I know in Texas it may be a little bit different. It doesn't cost very much to get you a DBA. It's like $15, LLC like $300. I went to McDonald's with the mindset of this is base level work. I mean, I learned the whole thing in about an hour. How everything operated and worked. It wasn't anything very difficult. I mean, everything's pictures and plus and minus. The same way you see these kiosks that you go up to in McDonald's. It's basically the same thing. Now, I'm gonna be honest. I could not work the line. I wasn't fucking putting together the fucking food. Fuck that. But everything else was kosher. I'm a firm believer in getting paid by the difficulty of the task that you do. And I know a lot of people say, well, hey, you know, certain executive type jobs, well, the more you get paid, you get paid for doing less. Maybe wording this by you get paid for the knowledge that you have, right? Because the reason I went to Mickey D's, because when I'm telling you, when I say I filled out hundreds of applications and you get rejected from everywhere, then you got to do what you got to do, right? So my thing is this. I knew the money wasn't going to be enough. I knew it wasn't going to be great. So what did I do? I've told y'all this story before. Saved up some little checks, hopped on Craigslist, went and scooped me a bunch of used lawn equipment, and got on my fucking grind. So when I wasn't working, because McDonald's isn't going to give you the fucking 40 hours a week. You'll never get overtime there. They're going to give you 38 hours, 39 and a quarter maybe. You know what you're getting into when you go into certain situations. I'm a firm believer in, let me word this right. I think you should be rewarded for your efforts. I know a lot of people went to that job and did the bare minimum. The bare minimum. I mean, they did what they had to do to get by without having to do any kind of extra work. I'm the type of person that goes to work and I'm gonna bust my ass because it makes the time go by faster. You know what I'm saying? No, McDonald's is minimum wage. Now, if you're like, this is when I was there, it was minimum wage, and then, I got some little raises there real short because you could do like these little stupid tests and do some other little shit, and they'll boost your shit up. And then I think the management got like 14, 15 bucks an hour. And when I was there, they were having these debates about raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Now imagine this. It was the thing when they were going on in New York, having strikes and marching out and doing all this stuff, right? I was at McDonald's at the time, busting my ass and saying, no, motherfuckers here don't deserve $15 an hour. Now, why would I think that? Why would I think that? I mean, everybody's like, yeah, 15. There's a couple of factors that goes into that, okay? I'm a person, I look at stuff more so from the business side of it, right? More so from the company's perspective. Now imagine paying everybody who works at McDonald's basically doubling up their salaries. And if you're upping the salary of the standard employee, well, what does that mean for management? Right? You're paying people to do a job that's not very, very difficult. I mean, being a geek off the street, got to be handy with the steel, you know what I mean? Earn your keep. Anyway, regulators. But I looked at it like that because of other jobs I've had. Being in the construction field, being in, doing more hard labor jobs that, made a little bit more money. But the risk was there. There was a danger, an inherent risk with some of these jobs. But you got paid significantly more money. And so I started thinking about people who were already making 15. Well, what happens with those people when you bump the minimum wage up to 15 bucks, right? Does everybody get a raise? Do the people who have gone out and either picked up a craft or educated themselves to get paid a little bit more, do they get the shaft at the expense of everyone else? Now, I understand everybody feels like they're worth something. But there's a cause and effect. And you're seeing this cause and effect take place now. Everybody wants 15 bucks, right? As soon as they start having that $15 discussion, you start seeing those automated kiosks start coming in, right? You start seeing the people starting to be able to take their own order. How can a customer come in and work a kiosk that's exactly the same thing as on that screen, right? That's exactly what's on that screen. It's just a bigger fucking screen, And the thing about that is if a customer can come in and figure that out with no tutorial, no training, no anything, why is it so difficult? Why do these motherfuckers always fuck your order up? How? Why do they always fuck your fucking order up? Anyway, that's another story for another time. It's not just about fast food, but primarily this conversation is happening with a lot of fast food. Now, we can talk about Walmart. Walmart may be a bit of a different situation. We can talk about some of these other places, but it's not that much of a difference. I think if it's a low-skill job, you get a low wage. I mean, that's just how it works. Now, when you talk about low skill and you're talking about production, do I think that people who work harder, who produce more, should get paid more? Absolutely. But who's to guarantee that they're going to keep that level of production up? So I think that's where you kind of run into an issue. And how do you work that out? That can be a little bit of a sticky situation. My thing is this: a lot of these minimum wage jobs, low wage jobs, I'm telling you, are to me for kids. And, you know, if you fell on hard times in a hard situation and you're trying to just kind of get some things back going, absolutely. But I don't think it's something you should depend on. I don't think it's something that, and again, I know people say, well, there aren't a whole lot of options. There aren't a whole lot of things. Well, that's where you have to start picking up extra skills. I think that if you go to a lot of these places and you look at the people who work there, right? And again, this is not an insult to the people who actually work hard. But if you look at the majority of people who work at these jobs, provide shitty customer service, they halfway do their jobs, have attitudes and things, and you can say, oh, those people, they don't have enough money, they don't have enough this, that, and the third. But this is an outcome of life decisions that have been made. And it all comes to a head, if you will. You start paying people more, what's going to happen is those people are going to get weeded out. The people who actually do work will get paid more, but there will be less jobs for the people who are not the best workers, you know. Now, hadn't it been for me, you know, getting in that situation, I would have never gone to Walmart. I'd have tried to find any and every other thing that I could. But I knew my situation. I knew what had happened, and I had to accept that. But I also knew that I could not be complacent with just that level of pay. I would go out and cut a yard and make the same amount of money that I would make an 8-hour day at fucking McDonald's. So on my off days, I'd make, you know, 4 or 5 times what I make working. And I would do other various tasks. I'd, you know, do just like, I mean, I'd put random just labor jobs on fucking Craigslist. I was digging up fucking yards, and, you know, I had a buddy that would work with me because he was good at bidding. Trust me, I wasn't the best bidder on some of these jobs. And so I'd bring him along with me, and, you know, he would place the bids, and we both eat. Maybe take 30, 40 minutes to do something, make a few $100 and be on about the way. You got to have a hustle to you if you're going to live here in this country. That's why I say it's the land of opportunity. There's always opportunities. But I understand where people are coming from. But I want to talk about the minimum wage thing. Then I'm going to open up the line. There's a lot of places that have upped the minimum wage to $15 an hour, right? A lot of places that have done that. Here's a couple of, I jotted down a couple of. New York, Seattle, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., Oregon, Maryland are a couple of places. And let me see something here. Oh, shit. I ain't want to do all that. Give me just a second. Let me let the proper protocol run through. But what do you know about, it's 13 and a half? Okay. But it's still supposed to continue up, and it's supposed to go up like next year. Are they supposed to do like a progressive thing? But here's the thing about a lot of these places. If you look at a lot of these places, these are very, very expensive places to live already. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. So these are the people, thank you. If you're living in a place where the minimum wage is significantly higher than the national average, I would like for you to, you know, kind of explain how it's working out for you or working out for the people in that place. Did it raise prices on, you know, basic goods and basic needs? Because I'm just sitting here thinking, you know, remember when gas went up a couple of bucks, right? Everything else started going up. So for those people who love fast food and things like that, again, expect your number 10 to increase. Or expect longer wait times. The fast food might not be so fast. And you gotta be careful too. 70% 8 months later. Interesting. A lot of people holler about a living wage. So you don't think that landlords realize, hey, people are making more money. Let me up the rent up a little bit. Let me up the barrier of entry a little bit. Everything expensive. Look what's going on in San Francisco right now. People shitting in the streets. average home, as somebody called, I think it said was what, about $1 million bucks. And that's not even a nice home. Again, LA, we don't even want to talk about LA. We all know about LA. Well, here, I want to bring this up. Now, notice those cities that I listed, and here's a couple other ones, right? That are supposed to be increasing until the year 2022. A lot of these places have plans in place to increase the minimum wage up until 2022. I'm gonna go with the places that are, I'm gonna say 11 bucks and up. And I'll kind of try to stay on point with it. Between 11 and 12 bucks here. You got Washington, Massachusetts, Alaska, Vermont, and Portland, Maine. Now this is by the year 2022, so all these places aren't there yet. You have, by the year 2022, New York State, the entire state of New York, supposed to be minimum wage $12.50. Palo Alto, California, $12.50. Washington D.C., 13 bucks. Oregon, I think they have it at let me see what it's about, a little 13 and a quarter, $13.50. Chicago, $13.50. Oakland, California, $14.50. But California as a state has proposed a $15 minimum wage by 2022. New York City, New York, Los Angeles, California, Mountain View, California, Seattle, Washington. Seattle, Washington has a proposed minimum wage of $16.90, and Mountain View, California, $16.50 by 2022. Think about all these places, very expensive places to live, right? Costs a little bit of money to live here. You don't think it's going to get more expensive as these wages go up? Now, these are the places that don't get with the proposed minimum wages, right? And then you got people in New York talking about they need a $33 minimum wage. Kiss my fucking ass. I'm not even going to get into that. Now, looked up a couple of different sites, and a couple of different sites said a couple of different things. But I want to talk about the most expensive U.S. cities. Now, a couple of them that are consistent. I think the only one that had something different was Dallas on this one. But let's go with this, Kiplinger. Most expensive cities to live in 2019. Number 1, Manhattan. Oh no, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm starting at the bottom of the list. Actually, let me scroll back up to the top. These are top 20. All right. And then, like I say, after this, I'll open up the line. I just want you to notice the correlation between those wages in these cities. 20, Fairbanks, Alaska. 19, Anchorage, Alaska. 18, Portland, Oregon. 17, Juneau, Alaska. 16, Stamford, Connecticut. 15, Alexandria, Virginia. 14, Bethesda, Maryland. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. San Diego. Los Angeles. And I'm sure Los Angeles will probably be way higher up on the list, but they have it at number 12. Orange County, California. Boston. Queens, New York. Arlington, Virginia. Oakland, California. Seattle. Washington, D.C. at 5. Brooklyn, New York 4. Honolulu 3. 2, San Francisco. And again, number 1 was Manhattan, New York. You got a couple other lists. You got a couple other ones saying, different things. You look at this top 20 list, you got 4, 5, 6, 7 California cities on there. Costa Mesa, Los Angeles, El Monte, Inglewood, El Cajon, Santa Ana, Boulder, Colorado, places like this. So there's a reason that you see these correlations, and I don't necessarily think it's a good thing. Alaska makes sense. Austin is not there. Austin is there. I think they have the most expensive city to live in Texas. They have it as Dallas on one of the lists. But I know Austin is an expensive city to live in. Keep Austin weird, right? Not H-Town. We ain't with that bullshit down in H-Town. So, but again, Alaska's understood. It only makes sense, right? It's way over there. You can see Russia from Alaska. So it only makes sense. But I want to know your thoughts. I want to know how y'all feel about minimum wage. Should it be increased? Should it be a consensus, a federal minimum wage increase across the board? Because people just think, hey, if I get paid more money, I'll be able to buy more shit. They don't think about the collateral damage that happens. Everything is going to go up. Because not only will your job get paid more, everybody else will have to get paid more. You're telling me that experienced employees, people with degrees, management, they're going to let the bottom of the ladder make more money and, be closer in their price range and not say, hey, this is not going to work for me. I need to get paid more too, because I have to corral all these people. I have to keep all these people in line. I have to deal with these people. People want to get paid, man. If you're getting more money, everybody's going to want more money. But I think a lot of people are just looking at it from their perspective. And again, I told you, I was there making minimum wage, and to me, it just did not make sense to implement something like that. Even though it wasn't, I wouldn't say necessarily in my best interest. Of course, I would like to have more money in my pocket, but if you got to spend more money, are you really winning? Are you really gaining anything? Why don't you think people who live in these expensive cities who have, low minimum wages, why don't they move to places where their money will stretch a little bit further? The information is out there. Why don't y'all think people do that? Let me boot up this. Boot up this line. We'll open it up because I want to know what y'all got to say. I think there should be some very interesting topics. Probably be some very interesting calls tonight. I'm expecting it. Nah, no shit. I mean, we knew that from that James was going to get robbed from the beginning of the season. James should have like 4 MVPs right now, but it is what it is. They're going to continue to hate. The national media hates Houston, because he's not dunking. Even though Giannis got exposed, we already know about that. We knew it was going to happen. That's why I didn't even get emotionally invested in any of these NBA awards or anything like that. We know the truth. Even though goofy ass Curry said James Harden should have won it. Now that tells you what that is, right? So there's that. All right. Let's open up the line. Bow. Let's see what's on your mind. So who's going to get this party started tonight? I'd love to know your thoughts on minimum wage. Should it be a federal minimum wage? Is the minimum wage too high in your opinion? Yes. No, I got my hair done Saturday. Hold on one second. Let me get I got to cut my phone off because that's that. Give it 1 second. I keep forgetting. Let me fix the audio. Already. All right. Can you hear me now? All right. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
What's going on, Honcho?
What is going on, Professor Trio? What are your thoughts on minimum wage this evening?
Well, I think it's pretty much inevitable.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Because of inflation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look. Everybody know the cost of everything that went up.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so if people aren't making enough money to sustain themselves,
Mm-hmm.
with this surplus of jobs that we have, especially on the lower scale of jobs, then number one, if they end up moving on and doing other jobs, that's going to create a log jam of people trying to fight for these mid-income jobs and nobody to fill the low-income jobs. We need people to fill those jobs.
Mm-hmm.
So I look at it like this. I understand the gripe that people in my tax bracket have with the people in the lower income tax bracket making the same amount of money as they do per hour.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. But at the same time, we all need a pay increase.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody. So when you say, well, if the lower people get it, then everybody needs to get it, and I don't think people understand the ramifications of that happening. But what are the ramifications of that not happening?
Okay.
So it's going to be good and bad either way you go. But it has to happen because shit has just gotten out of hand. And y'all know, everybody in the chat, y'all been paying bills. Y'all know that this shit has not gone cheaper over the years. It gets more expensive every year. If you own a house, you understand your property taxes are starting to increase. Interest on shit starts to get out of hand. They want more for these vehicles that you need to get back and forth to work. Gas is high as hell. Insurance is ridiculous, and you don't even use the shit really. And then they don't want to cover a damn thing. But yet that keeps going up on an annual basis. But the pay isn't going up. So there's a problem. Now, the government cannot sit up here and put a cap on what these companies charge for their goods and or services. So the only way that you could battle it is by increasing the pay of the people. So that they're able to survive now. Again, I understand the problem that you may have. But at the same time, even at the lowest paying jobs, there needs to be a way where there's enough money for that person to survive by the most minimalistic of lifestyles. And that's not true currently. Now, to your point, when you said that if you do increase the pay of the people on these lower wage jobs, well, then what it's going to do is it's going to create to where they're going to get rid of the lesser employees and keep the better employees if they're going to be paying that much. And then they're going to start using technology to fill in the gaps, which is what they're doing already. Okay, so now those lower people who weren't as good at their job, now they don't have much choice but to pursue another avenue of employment, which is the same thing that you did. So instead of them figuring out for themselves, now they don't have much of a choice. And also what it does is it strips them of being proud. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that, or I'd be damned if I do that for a living. Well, now you ain't got much of a choice. And the only other option is to get on some kind of government assistance.
So you don't think more people would lean that way than go and do something, especially in this society of entitlement, that they would rather go and do that?
That's quite possible. But also, that's going to give them even less money than they would have got working at McDonald's. It's even less than that. So if they couldn't survive on the McDonald's shit, how the hell are they going to survive on that? They don't have a choice. And then he wanting to put up a damn wall to keep the Mexicans out, which the Mexicans is doing them low end jobs happily. Okay, comments you made about poor people moving from the large cities. Well, if they leave, who's going to do those low end jobs?
What about the youth? Entry level job, get their resume started, after school work or whatever else it may be, older folks who, maybe want to supplement their income. What about, does that not open up opportunities for those type of people?
Yeah, but those are the ones that primarily have those jobs now. Right?
I think it depends on where you are.
Well, primarily, yes. How many Starbucks you go and see a middle-aged motherfucker?
No, plenty.
I very many.
I see that.
That's what I'm saying. It's mostly young people, and sometimes it's older folks. Because the best McDonald's I've ever been to was in Vida, and it was nothing but old white women. That was the best McDonald's I ever went to. The sandwich actually looked like the shit on a commercial. And they were really, really nice and pleasant.
And so you were not afraid to go to a McDonald's in Vida and not get poisoned?
Nigga, I was scared shitless. I was nigga, this was a while back too, bro. This was in the early 2000s, bro. You goddamn right, but shit. It was early in the morning. I ain't had much of a chance, but when you walked in there and you seen up with them dentures smiling at your motherfucking ass, hey, you relax a little bit.
Okay.
But anyway, back to the topic. What about the women?
What about the women? What do you mean?
Well, we all know that it's a proven fact that I think it's more women in college than men. I think it's like 60% to 40%. But what about those women who don't attend college, who can't afford, who don't get the scholarships and or grants and all that other stuff? Because colleges can only take a certain amount of people. So they're forced to work the jobs which they don't have skills.
Yeah.
Well, how many women you know that's going to work a manual labor job?
Not very many.
They're going to take those little jobs that they can as little side hustles until they can afford school or save up, or if they want to be a stripper. Everybody knows that. So that would be hurting those women too, or the young ladies whose parents didn't have it as good as some of our other parents had. So that would hurt them too. And all of this is just because the cost of everything has went up so dramatically.
Okay.
So something has to be done. You can't just let it stay stagnant as it is. And we know minimum wage been creeping up, but I think the biggest problem is like the how much it's increasing. So if minimum wage didn't go up to $15, just say it went up to 10, you think people would be bitching and griping as much? I don't think
Mm,
so.
I don't think it is as much because you're talking about
Right.
doubling
So
it, but I think people
what
still
it
have a fuss
is
about it.
the amount that people have a problem with. But everybody understand the cost of living is getting ridiculous. Even in some of these smaller towns, the cost of living is going up dramatically. It just is. And even in my industry, Honcho, are you aware that truckers are making the same thing right now that they was making in the 1970s?
Damn. Yeah, that's tough. I did
That's
not.
50 years ago, bro.
Yeah, did not know that.
50 years. And the pay ain't really went up. It's around the same. So a lot of people aren't aware of that, but you don't care because it don't affect you. So that's what I'm saying. You need to just kind of broaden your horizons. Understand, try to see the bigger picture. Now I know that you thinking that it's gonna be fucking with you and yours. You know what I'm saying? But it's really not. It's really not. So even if you are, let's say, you own your own small business, right?
Yeah.
And you selling goods and or services. Now these people on the low end have more income to purchase your goods and or services.
But what about if you're a small business owner and you have to hire employees? Is that, you usually have tight margins. Does that not make it more difficult for the small business small business owner?
That's true. I'm not going to deny that. But at the same time, you also have to understand your business model and how you make profit in the first place. So you might not be able to offer your product as cheap as you once were able to offer it, or your services. But you still got to pay your guys. And you wouldn't want to see, your employees stressing, trying to figure out how they're going to pay this and pay that. Now, whether they just do some irresponsible things, that's a whole nother argument. But just on them being a good employee and still struggling because, come on, people. When's the last time, anybody in the chat, when's the last time you went apartment hunting, a house hunting, and you looked at how much these places are charging for rent and how much mortgages are nowadays? This shit done got ridiculous. Now it's hard to find a place that's less than $1,000 a month.
Yeah.
When back in the gap, 350, 400, 500, you was straight. Now it's 1,000 off rip.
This is true.
And that's just for an apartment. That's some apartments I done seen, what, 1,600, 2,000, like, damn. And that's just for a nice apartment. We ain't talking about a luxury apartment. We're talking about a really nice apartment in a nice area where you ain't got to worry about getting shot in the ass.
Okay, so you said something though. You said about the people who are who are kind of fucking off, right? So do you believe that? Would you believe that people who are on the lower end of the spectrum are people who are more prone to fuck off? Because if you're at a certain age and you're working minimum wage and you probably haven't went and pursued a certain level of education and you probably don't have a great understanding of financial literacy. So how much of that plays into some of the problems that we're seeing now? Because trust me, you go to one of these McDonald's, you go to the McDonald's in the hood, niggas ain't taking your order. They on their new iPhone XR, PQ, and they got all these other business. They rocking J's and all this other stuff. They'll go blow the whole check on a pair of J's. So how much of it is personal ignorance, financial illiteracy, and those kind of things that are impacting, what's going on?
All of that plays a significant part. Absolutely. But shit, when is that not a part of the problem in any spectrum? At any range of the pay scale. Because you got people that do make good money that's on dope.
Yes, you do. You got doctors
they
on dope
too. That is correct.
Doctors in debt, because what happens though, when people get money, they start to expand what they can buy. When their buying power increases, they buy more instead of saying, hey, you know what, I was doing good at this level. Let me just keep what I got going on and just kind of, put something away or put something up. But when they have more buying power, they buy more, they do more. And so you got motherfucking doctors out there stressed out, doing surgery on your motherfucking ass, fucking up, leaving their keys inside you and shit because they worried about any and everything else because they in debt up to their eyeballs. But yeah, I agree that happens across the board. It happens across the spectrum.
Now see, and what I'm saying in summation is basically this. I said, barring somebody being financially illiterate, out there buying J's instead of shit, these people, the ones that are financially literate, are not only able to afford the insurance, because we all know insurance is ridiculous. And if you have a family and have kids, Lord have mercy, how much insurance and clothes and everything and food and everything to house and take care of these children has dramatically increased. So if you start out the gate trying to be grown, then this is a way that you can at least sustain yourself and your family.
Yeah.
Now we all know that nowadays it's more often that you have a two-parent household that both work.
Mm-hmm.
There ain't very often that where you can have one parent that works and the other parent stays at home and raises the children. It's because the cost of everything is so ridiculous you can't afford it. So the other parent has to work too.
Yeah.
So if we could, just to be all out honest with you, I might be being a little biased, but shit, if we can get back to that, I think we have better hold our damn kids. And then that'll make them smarter and more financially literate, and maybe they won't fall into them cracks as much. Because they got a parent who hopefully got some sense, that's there more around them more to teach them these things. Because the school ain't teaching it to them, who's going to teach it to them? And they don't know to learn it for themselves.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't know. It might just be a Band-Aid over an open, gushing wound, but at least it's something. We ain't just leaving people out here just to struggle, work their ass off, and still ain't able to make it. I understand in your situation, you took another route. You had that vision. Some of these people can't see that far, Honcho. And it's sad. So maybe this is giving, the good ones a chance to where they won't have as much on their plate. You know what I'm saying? Or they'll be able to better take care of shit. Because a lot of times, people that's living check to check, if one tragedy or, something critical fails in their life, or something breaks in their house, or you get robbed or some shit, that setback sets them back for a long time. Possibly years.
Yeah,
so hopefully that may remedy some of that. And if so, I'm down to pay a little extra tax if I have to help them people out. Because from my end, it's not much. I'm not losing that much more money. So that's just my perspective. And if you disagree, I understand. I can't tell anybody that they wrong on this one. This is how I feel. I just think that it's something, and it's kind of heading toward the right way.
Okay. So if one of these candidates were to propose something like that, would that sway your vote for them, or would it take some other issue? So if one of these candidates, say on the Democratic platform or whatever platform, was proposing something of that sort, would that sway your vote? I think who was it? Gang. He's supposed to be proposing $1,000, so that wouldn't. You don't think that would change the way you view it?
No, it wouldn't sway my vote at all, because I'd have to really believe him, and I don't believe him.
Okay. I understand it. All right, and I understand where you're coming from, man. I can see that. I see what you're saying. Okay. Anything else you want to add to that?
No, that's it. That's all I had.
All right. Well, Professor Trill, I appreciate you starting the party off this evening. Hopefully we have some good conversation, and thank you for sharing your views, man.
All right, appreciate it. I hope Broderick and Prepaid both call in. I want to hear what they think.
Yeah, Prepaid just slid in here, so I think hopefully we'll hear something from him.
And some of you ladies, give us some game.
You hear me? That's a bit, man.
All right, man.
All right. Shout out to Jay Dizzle. Let's see. Oh, I'll try to catch that call. Well, I missed it. Okay, very interesting. Well, I was calling in. I don't know what happened. I'll be trying to answer your call. You hung up on me twice, babe. And I understand it. And don't tell me the line tripping again. Is it doing the shenanigans? Y'all getting cut off trying to call in? I hate when they do that dumb shit. Let me see what's going on here. Hold on. Sometimes it should be tripping with the dilly dally. No, y'all it's just hanging up. Goddamn, I'm trying to cancel that phone. Y'all just hang the fuck up. Thought got me thinking the line tripping. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
Man, it's your boy Mysterious, man. You don't know when I'm coming, but you know who I am. It's your boy Roman.
What's the motherfucking deal, Roman, man? What's on your mind, man? How you feeling about the the minimum wage situation?
I was prepaid with him, man, but I gotta go my little bro on this one, bro. He'll be disappointed, but I gotta go little bro on that. I do think it needs to be $15 an hour, man. I can use that for a personal story. I see my mom work every day. I see get paid in the range of, I don't know, 13, something like that. I could be wrong, but I think I'm right. I think it's something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And right now how we living, man, it's really just her working, and it's hard. I mean, you don't realize how much an extra couple dollars help. And especially with a job she gets, it's commission. So with commission, man, you might not earn that every month. I mean, your goal is to earn that every month because if you get a bonus, that's where you get bonuses and all that. But the thing is, especially with a furniture place, man, selling all them items, man, a furniture place is not popping like a fucking restaurant. It's not popping like a goddamn, a clothing store where people gonna come there every day. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Every people ain't gonna buy furniture every day. So that's really to get 40. That's a work. So I really think especially with the work of 15, with it to go with 15. Man, it's not just help somebody like my mom, but even like people, college students, people who have student loans, who's paying off, who's on a work study loan. I mean, the thing is that can help them who's working and trying to go to school. I mean, I don't really feel like extra couple of dollars, is really gonna hurt nobody, and really, I feel like all the good it can really do. Because you see shit, all these people struggling to make ends meet. I think they say 71, 76, something in the 70% range. People living check to check, Honcho. That's sad. Damn. You tell me people back to back got to live check to check. That's unfortunate, man. I think that's the problem. I really feel like an extra couple dollars ain't gonna hurt government, but I don't know, man. There's so many things going on right now. I don't think we'll ever get a real answer.
But is it going to hurt the people? Because I mean, who's funding the government?
Well, the thing is, taxpayers, I think should pay for that because that's extra money going into your pocket, man.
How so? How is it extra money going into the taxpayer's pocket?
Because look, the thing is, okay, when you're paying for that, bro, it's a $15. It's $15, right?
Mm-hmm.
For minimum wage, right? The thing is, when you would pay that, bro, you're funding that more in because that's where, America's always been land of being productive, right?
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, how you being productive when you live in check to check? What are you producing and making the economy better when you barely make it? The thing is, you fund money and you give these people extra money to where you can fund $50 an hour. That means that's a move for better jobs. That means for the economy can grow better. The thing is, so you don't have 60-year-old people still working at the same damn old job where younger people can't get that job because, Honcho, correct me if I'm wrong. In a job, right, it's always the elders who've been having that job for 20, 30 years eventually retire and move out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the new people who's just moving there come in and take that place, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how many times do you see that nowadays? I mean, you barely see old people retire unless you have a pension. Unless you save up for a retirement plan. A lot of people don't have the money to do that. My grandma, she just turned 70, still working. Now, she's working part-time because she lives with my aunt. But it's no way she should still be working. Because the thing is of her age. Some people ain't got like that, man. So that's what I mean. If she could have had $60 per hour at her job, she would probably be retired by now.
Okay, so but do you think that if that was the case, how does that impact goods and services? If you have to pay your employees more, doesn't that impact your overhead as far as being a business? So don't you have to charge more? So in the long run, isn't that actually that $15 getting negated because prices are going to raise up and people are going to have to spend more money?
Honcho, the thing is, it don't matter what you're raising the prices for. It's what you're selling. The thing is, I feel like you raise the prices for a minimum wage on the Amazon, on the motherfucking McDonald's, on the motherfucking Google. You're gonna triple, quadruple that money.
How?
The thing is, you're going to try because of the company that it is. The thing is, it always goes to supply and demand. When is people ever gonna run out and stop eating McDonald's? When people ever gonna stop shopping from Amazon? When people ever gonna stop using Google?
Shit, if that McDonald's meal get to $12 for a Big Mac meal, motherfuckers gonna be like, man, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? I think that's gonna be
correct. I'm
okay.
about that.
Okay, so what's gonna happen? So tell me, because I want you to think about it right now. Okay, so at McDonald's, wherever they, some people they're making 15. When's the last time you've been inside of a McDonald's?
Ooh, what you saying? When the last time I've been inside McDonald's?
Yeah, inside of a McDonald's, yes.
I ain't McDonald's in a while. I'll say a month ago. I don't think that's right. But what's
Okay, so when you went to that McDonald's, what did you notice different about a lot of McDonald's that may not have been there a few years ago? Since before, what did you notice that wasn't there before they started talking about this $15 an hour minimum wage?
Newer buildings.
So was there a kiosk where you could self-order when you went to that McDonald's that you went to?
Well, you could do your own water.
Where you could do your own order?
Yeah. They have those new machines.
Oh, okay. So let's say everybody wants $15 an hour. How many of those machines are going to replace those employees? Because that machine is a one-time fee. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So how many people are going to get replaced by those machines if you start everybody instead of me paying everybody $15 an hour when motherfuckers ain't flipping the burgers right, they ain't doing this, that, and the third, and a person come in and place their own order. I don't even need a cashier. I can pay right here. How many people are going to get replaced by those machines instead of them saying, hey, well, let's just pay people this money, because there's no rule on where we have to hire this many people. We can let some people go and let the machines take over. Have you seen
I mean, that's something I give it to you right on, shit. But when it comes to those machines, it's easier to just have a machine take every order, and all the person doing the back is just make it and just give it to you.
Okay. So that means you're not gonna how many registers you see in the front? Usually 3 or 4 registers at the front. So that means that's 3 or 4 jobs that are being lost.
Shit, 3 or 4. I see about 2.
Okay, well even 2 then. Okay, well that's 2 jobs being lost. Now, have you seen the new things that they're doing with these robots that can actually flip perfect burgers, that can pour perfect drinks? So
Honcho, and you know what? Let me tell you why I think that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, how is that going to help the world? How is that trying to help the?
But this is what I'm saying.
I want you to explain.
Okay, I'm explaining to you. I'm explaining to you. If I'm a business owner,
Okay.
and I can say, let me pay a couple of $1,000s for these machines that are going to work. They're going to be extremely efficient. They're going to give me the perfect quality product every time, because that's what they're designed to do. They're not going to come in late. They're not going to leave early. I don't have to pay them overtime. I don't have to do any of these things. These machines are perfect employees. And the ice cream machine will always work as long as the machines are working. So if this is the case, and a person can come in and basically self-serve themselves, and you may have, I'm sure they can establish some type of conveyor belt that pushes the order to the front of the line. You may have a manager to make sure, if any other little issue goes wrong. But as a business, it's going to be more affordable for me in the long run to have these machines that'll never quit. They're not going to fight the customers. They're not going to, do any of these problems that you have with human beings. You don't have to, you don't need to worry about hiring and orientation. You don't have to worry about insurance. You don't have to worry about it. And I'm not just talking about McDonald's. I'm talking about overall. Is it not more convenient for a business owner to invest in the machines than it is to invest in employees, especially if it's just a simple task type of job?
Yeah. But the thing is, I get what you mean, Honcho. I get, for a business way, it makes sense, bro. But how you build relationships? Think about it. Expanding your brand by a machine.
Does McDonald's need to build any more relationships? Is McDonald's not a powerful enough?
Yeah, if they're trying to make more money. McDonald's is not about making money. How much time do you think they live off of motherfucking kids? all that with reactions and with human reactions. The thing is, you need humans, but also think, Honcho, who's gonna create these machines?
The machines are already being made. They're being made just like they have. I mean, they have machines that do
there we
everything.
go. This is how we heard. You need people. You need to pay the people to create the machine.
Okay, well they'll get paid. They'll get paid their job because they have a high level skill to create machinery, robotics, whatever it is. So they'll get paid for their high level skill, and then other people lose jobs. I mean, the thing is, as a business owner, my job is to increase my profits. That's the reason why I got into business. I don't go into business simply just because I want to give people jobs. Now, that could be an ethical thing to do. That could be a moral thing to do. But in reality, the reason why I go into business is because I want to be able to maximize my income, in the best way possible. If that means I have to cut, staff, I have to, limit labor or things like that to increase my profit. I mean, it happens all the time when you see these companies downsize or do various things so that business can stay in business or make more money. So I don't think that's really a issue as far as the owner of a business is going to be concerned with. As long as my product is getting out to the people and they're still buying it, I don't think anybody's going to stop going to McDonald's because their favorite drive-through person isn't there anymore. Their favorite person who hands them a bag of food isn't there. As long as they're getting their food the same way.
I mean like this. I don't really think people stop going to McDonald's if they raise the prices even more. I don't think so. It is the name and the name only. People will never stop going to McDonald's. People will never stop shopping at Amazon. It don't matter how you raise those prices. It's what they want is what they want. People have been if you've been eating a Big Mac for 50 years, it don't matter how much that thing costs. You love a Big Mac, you don't eat that bitch. And they know that because they know they have seduced you and they have, marketing and all that into your head. So that's what I mean by even paying employees more than $15 an hour. No matter how much taxes you're going to pay, people still going to eat it. I'm just saying that. So, Honcho, I 100% agree with you. I agree with you about the machines. You got me. I can say I'm wrong about that one. But I'm key to what I say about people still pay, no matter how high it is. But Honcho, it's something else. I didn't mean to I'm already 12 minutes, but the 5 minute rule.
Yeah, man, go ahead. Do your thing, man. Just speak your mind.
But I want to ask you, how you feel about Bernie Sanders say he got a plan to end all student loans?
Man, let's talk about it. Because I did see that. Again, I think a lot of these people on a particular side are throwing out a lot of pipe dreams, a lot of hopes and wishes, because there's a lot of people who want to hear that they're going to get this gift for their vote. I don't think that these people will follow through with that. I don't think that it'll be in the best interest of everyone. And I think that it creates, again, it goes back to this sense of entitlement. When you go to school or you say, all right, I'm going to sign my name on the dotted line here, knowing that I'm going to owe this amount of money, and it can be some ungodly amount of money. But you say, hey, I'm willing to take this risk so I can get this education, or I'm willing to take this risk to get into this particular field or whatever. And you say, hey, I'm with it. And then all of a sudden you say, hey, well, you know what? Don't even worry about that. I think that creates a sketchy mentality. You got to pay what you owe. You make these arrangements, you make these agreements, You got to figure out a way to deal with that. And I don't think that, are these loans outrageous? Absolutely. But when you decide to sign up for that, you've made that agreement. I mean, you knew that before you took the money. And it was all good when you were getting the money. But now when it's time to say, hey, I gotta go ahead and pay this back, not so much. Now it's a problem. But the thing is, a lot of people take this money and they get into these fields that don't pay anything. And then they're mad about it. But I mean, this is stuff that you should have kind of looked into prior to, going in the direction that you chose. I believe in accountability, man. You have to, you knew what you were doing before you did it. And now that it's time to,
I agree with you, Honcho. Accountability means a lot, man. I feel like if you on student loans and your parents make a lot of money, or you come from parents that make a lot of money, you still on student loans, you stupid. Because you should know how to manage your money because you've been coming from money. But I feel like with the college system, they're good for, and I've been reading up on this, man. They love to take wide-eyed graduates, undergrads, coming in to their university, knowing, because, man, being at a university, from what I heard, man, amazing because when you get accepted to one of these big universities and all that, they know you ain't got no money half the time. So a lot of people work for those goddamn scholarships to get those hoes. And they know you ain't got no money, so you know what they do. I mean, student loans is free money. I mean, it's not free money. Free money is actually a grant. But it's something to where you don't have to pay that damn student loan until you get out. And you don't think about that, especially you go to school for 8 years, or you go 4 or 2. You go for 4 years. The thing is, you don't think about it. And then that's how they get you. It accrues interest every time you don't pay it. Because you know what? You can actually set a stop on your loan, and it won't pay. But then you know what's going to happen? It's going to accrue more interest every time you do have a stoppage of it. So I think it's a plotted plan to get people. I mean, come on, man. You realize that's the only thing on the tax break they don't forgive is student loan. And that's crazy, ain't it?
Well, why not? I mean, why should they? If it's a tool that allows you to go from a low income bracket to a higher tax bracket, then I mean, you've gained access to making more money. So why should they forgive that?
I mean, well, damn, Honcho, why the hell they get you on it in the first place?
Why did you choose to do that? Nobody put a gun to your head and say, "Hey, take this money, or else." You know, again.
Well, shit, they damn near will, bro. I mean,
Nah,
how
I mean,
many, like I say, how many people going to college just flat rich? I mean, come on.
Well, that is the point. Otherwise, if they were rich, they probably wouldn't be. I mean, they might still go. But the thing about it is, but how many people have been successful without college? Nobody's forcing anybody to go to college.
And I agree with that.
That's a choice that you make.
I agree with that. You don't need to go to college to be successful. I mean, let's on with this shit. Bill Gates and Steve Jobs dropped out of college. And I think Mark Zuckerberg did too. And look at 3 of the richest men in the world. You know, come on, man. You don't need it. But get to how I feel about the Bernie situation. You know, Honcho with Bernie says everything good. But I just think he's dreaming too big, you know? And I think some of the things he's saying, it sounds hella well, but how's it gonna happen? So when I researched into this the plan for Bernie. Crazy Bernie, I like to call himself. You know, the thing is, it will cost $1.6 trillion to pay off all student loans. That will include, I think they said, a rough estimate of 45 million people that's on student loans. So everybody asks, well, damn, Bernie, it sounds good, but how are we going to pay it off? So his plan is basically a tax on Wall Street. So basically what he means by tax on Wall Street is he will add a small tax to when buying and selling stocks. You know, so you buy and sell stock. And he said by creating a small tax on that, that will accrue thousands, hundreds of millions of billions of dollars funding back into the government. Look, I can commend Bernie for actually saying he has a plan of something. Because, I mean, some people don't. Some people make a promise and shit don't have no plan about it. But I think like this. How are you going to get this shit done? How are you going to get this shit passed by Senate? How are you going to get passed by a House of Representatives? You know, you can maybe get passed by the House. House is predominantly Democrat. You're running as a Democrat. Maybe. So let's don't get to it. Bernie's predominantly, he is an independent, from Virginia. From Vermont. So, you never know. Not everybody likes Bernie. But you ain't getting it passed in all with predominantly Republican Senate, So I don't know. I just want to see how you feel about it.
So if you could vote, would you be voting for Bernie?
Well, shit. Out of all the people we got right now, to be honest with you, hell yeah, Honcho. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'll vote for Bernie because the thing is, I can't get with Trump. Now I know explanation. I know people don't hate explaining why, but nah, man. It's not just a way. I can't fuck with Trump on a personal level because at personal and just a spiritual level, I don't get no good vibes in trouble. When I don't get something good from a person on a spiritual level, I can't fuck with you, bro, because I don't see no good you're trying to do. You know, I don't see the care that you care about all Americans.
So Bernie also said though, you know, if Bernie cares, and you know, another thing that a lot of the
No.
Democrats.
I'm not. Hold up, Honcho.
Okay.
I'm not one of them type of Democrats.
But what I'm saying is, but why is Bernie for eliminating all the student loan debt? But Bernie says, nah, I ain't giving you niggas no reparations. You know, all the other Democrats talk about some reparations and shit. Why Bernie ain't with that shit?
God, do reparations is bullshit.
Mm.
Well, why we need reparations for? I mean, shit.
Well, I mean, that's not my bad, but I'm interested
That's what
in.
I mean.
But why do we need student loan But why do we need student loan forgiveness when that's a willing decision as opposed to something that happened, you know, so long ago, but had maybe more lasting impact? If that's what we're trying to do, if we're trying to be such good people.
You gotta think about it. 45 million people on student loans. That's hurting you. That's not just hurting on that, man. That's hurting these people from getting jobs. That's hurting these people from getting getting it off of their records and all that. I mean, shit. You really don't think, Honcho? I want you to ask. You really don't think to take away student loans? And I'm not with the Bernie plan.
Good night, sir.
I think it's a lot out there. Do I think it'll get done? No. I'm just saying. We're not even talking about the Bernie plan right now. You really don't think a way to take away student loans would be a good idea?
My thing is this. When you start allowing people to not be responsible for their actions, where does it stop?
Hey.
My thing is this. Are student loans a problem? Yep. But the problem is knowing what you're getting into before you go, because people get coaxed into signing for things that they can't afford all the time. I saw something super funny because this is people I follow on Twitter, and y'all know I'm with a lot of that hotep shit. And the guy, they were talking about financial literacy today. And one of the things he said, you know, is people trying to come at him and tell him this, that, and the third. And he's like, you know, how am I going to listen to somebody who's paying a $890 car note on a 2005 Maxima going to tell me about financial literacy? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And my thing is this. People make bad decisions because they go after things they want just to have them, just to say so. And then when it comes time to pay the devil his due, oh man, you know, that shit wasn't right. It wasn't right when you got it. You knew it wasn't right when you signed up for it, but you wanted it that bad. Now you got to figure something out. And again, like I said, I think it's an issue. I think it's a problem, but I don't think it's necessarily a government issue. You know what I'm saying?
Well, do you think the cost of college is an issue? I mean, it's expensive to go to college, man. But how expensive they make college is kind of like they don't want you to go to.
Yeah, man.
HCC
ain't that bad, man.
You're forced to do student loans just to go through college.
HCC ain't that bad, man.
Oh my God, bro. Who trying to go to HCC, Honcho?
Somebody who wants to make smart financial decisions.
They promote the big bad colleges, and that's the ones that you want to go to.
Okay, well you gotta pay. You gotta pay to play. You gotta pay to play. That's the game. That's the game of life. You have to pay to play because how many of these people who have these outrageous student loans? Like I just said about when I was talking to Trio about the people working at Mickey D's. How many of them got the what's the newest one? The Galaxy 10. They got the iPhone XL and they got all, you know what I'm saying? So again, all of this comes down to making the proper decisions. Will you miss out on something? Maybe you have to wait a little bit longer to do something. Maybe you have to find an alternative route. But you know what the cost is. You know what the cost is at the barrier of entry to get in. You know, so if you decide to sell your soul to do it, then you got to do it.
That's really something I was learning about. You know, we was doing this thing in school when we was talking about personal financial literacy and about a grant. You know, shit, I don't know what the hell a grant is. You know, grant's free money. And the thing is, that's what's the best thing you try to get, because you get stuck. Or what you would try to get is what they call it, a work study alone, to where, you know, it's for working people. You know, then it's all the time. I don't think, Honcho, I can agree with you on that. I don't think people really know what they're getting in when they're walking into when it comes to like literacy of you know, they don't know what they're talking about. I think what they get a lot of these wide-eyed people coming, like say, from poor neighborhoods and all that. And all these kids don't really know. They heard about student loans, they heard all the bad, but they don't know what student loans do. They don't know about a grant. They don't know about a work study grant. They don't know about, you get what I mean? And
But so whose fault is that though? Whose fault is it to go into a situation where you're not educated?
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you on that. That's what I'm talking about. How is a way we can fix to stop student loans? Start to learn about how to not get into student loan debt. You know, we can do more of that, and we can finally figure out how we don't have to do a $1.6 trillion pay to get this shit. And man, we'll wait and see, man. But that's my call.
Okay. All right, Roman, man. I appreciate you calling in, man.
Nah, man, ain't talking about you. You know I like talking with you.
I really appreciate the call, though. Even though we may not agree on everything, you know, it's always appreciated.
Nah, bro, I got sway you to be more in the middle, bro. I feel like you've been too much in the red. We gotta get you more. We can get you pad, but we gotta get you in the gray.
Well, what you mean in the gray? Again, like I say, I'm open to listening, but it may not. But it may not. You know, and like I say, it's just certain things to me that don't. You know, I just look again, and I was of a different mind. So people said, "Oh, you this way." I was of a different mind a long time ago. I'd have probably been more on par with what Roman is talking about maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago. But once I started accepting responsibility for my actions on a certain level, I started accepting responsibility for my actions across the board. So the decisions I make impact my outcome. Because see, what happens is a lot of people, if they do something great, they want all the credit for it. They want to accept all the credit. Yeah, I did this, you know, I made this happen, you know, such. But then when something bad happens, it's somebody else's fault. It's the invisible boogeyman, or it's their fault. They made me do this, or they made me do that. You chose to do that. Accept the good with the bad, man. And you once you overcome those type of situations, you grow. You know, so that's kind of how I look at it.
I can agree with you on that. When you live in poor and you have 6 kids and your baby daddy ain't there, nigga, why would you fucking with a man when you know if he already got kids, already got baby mama, and then he trying to fuck with you, and you have his kids, and he walk out? Why are you surprised? You know what you're walking into. So I can agree with you on that, Honcho. But that's my call, man. I'm hurry up. Shit, I've been on long as hell. I'm hurry to get out here now.
You all good, man. Appreciate the call there, Roman.
Man, anytime.
Already. All right, give me a second. I got to take a quick Honcho hiatus. Shit ton of water. We're going to get some calls. I see. Gotta have some type of self promo on at all time, baby. All right, okay. We got calls coming in. Look, I apologize. Had to take a little pause and let's get back at it. Let's get these calls in, man. What's the motherfucking deal?
Hey,
Who we
man,
got calling into the den this evening?
this is Kenneth.
Kenneth. What's on your mind, Kenneth?
How you doing today, man?
I'm doing all right. Coach, what's up, Kenneth?
All right, so check this out, Coach. All right, so look. So, Roman, man, you called in, bro, and a lot of the shit that you, you know what I'm saying, a lot of shit that you did say made a lot of sense, my nigga. But when you started talking about the student loan shit, my nigga, you lost me, bro. You said, and I understand you, though, because if you're, like, it sounds like you got a lot of empathy for these people that you know that they were that were in these situations. But at the same time, my nigga, they were not, you know what I'm saying? It's not like they were, you know, they were not forced to sign none of these papers to go to none of these schools, my nigga. Nobody forced, you know what I'm saying, Lil Tanner or Lil John to sign that paper to go to U of H, you know, he ain't have the money to pay for that tuition. You know what I'm saying? Nobody made them. Community college is open for everybody. Simple, my nigga. They could have went to a community college and got that same education for 2 years and then maybe transfer to U of H to save some of their money. You know what I'm saying? But they chose to go to U of H straight out of high school for whatever the reason may be because all their partners was going there. You know what I'm saying? And about the minimum wage shit, bro, look. Minimum wage, man, is for minimum work, minimum effort. You know, as people might put it in the check, hence the term minimum. You know what I'm saying? People just want everything handed to them, and that's how I look at it, bro. You can come up out of, I mean, you're not gonna live a very well lifestyle, but you're gonna need a lot of government assistance. But 725, you can live, but you ain't gonna live well at all. I mean, I can understand if you want to raise it to maybe 10, 11, but $15 an hour, my nigga, that shit is damn near outrageous, bro. You can get $15 an hour, and if you a manager somewhere, if you put in more work, that's how I look at it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't sit here and try to beg for $15 an hour when, why don't you position yourself to make $15 an hour by working harder and getting some promotions? Why don't you do that? But now everybody wants $15 an hour. You know what I'm saying? And the same people that's begging for that 15 an hour is the same motherfuckers that don't know how to spend their money. You know what I'm saying? Money only makes you more who you are. So if you don't know how to spend money when you make 725, if you don't know how to save your money, what the fuck are you gonna do when you make 15? You're just gonna keep making these same dumb investments. You know what I'm saying? So regardless of how it is, you need to focus on financial literacy. That's how I look at it. Maybe you can finagle a few dollars with that 725, but I do kind of agree at the same time that it does need to be brought up just a little bit. But so $15 an hour, I find that to be a little bit too much, man. Find a way to get promoted. Find another way, but to bring it up to basically double it, essentially, you know, because in Texas it's 725, to double it and a little extra, you know, I find that to be just a little bit too much.
Okay. All right. So Kenneth, you're a young gentleman, and you made some sense on this call, so I ain't gonna give you too hard of a time. So what do you know? Eventually, you got to be planning on going to a venue of higher education, or maybe something to guide you on track to a career. What are your plans? Do you have plans at this age to what you are? Your path is going to be later on in life.
Yeah, I kind of do. Honestly, I plan on being an entrepreneur. I want to run my own business at one point. You know, I don't want to fucking sit here and work till I'm fucking 60 years old and retire and only live my life for 15 years. What the hell is the point? You know what I'm saying? Like, you mean to tell me I went to school for about 18, 19 years. I went to college for another 4. I'm going to start working when I'm 24, 25. I'm going to work for what, fucking 40 years, retire at 65 for what? So I worked my entire life? You know what I'm saying? Just to, you know, have a couple $1,000s saved up for retirement. I just don't like that, man. I don't like the way that feels. I don't even want to think about that shit. So I want to run my own business. I want to position myself, you know, to a point that I'm able to do what I want by the time I'm 30. That's how I look at it, man. You know, but as of right now, you know, I'm still in high school, about to start my junior year. So what I do plan on doing, man, if football can take me somewhere, then, you know, maybe get a little scholarship. I don't care if it's to a junior college or whatever. You know, if I can get that, I'll take that. But if I can't, then I'll probably go to ACC because it is cheaper to go to, you know, to go to a community college, save a lot of money and shit. and maybe I'm gonna transfer to another institution like U of H. You know, shout out U of H, shout out Fatita. You know, because I was looking into U of H, but you know, it's still a little bit expensive right now. But you know, I'm gonna figure it out.
Okay. Yeah, if you want them nice facilities and things, it's gonna cost you a little something. So that's what's happening. That's what's happening. I'm not gonna implore you too much, but I will tell you that we living in a new day and age, and if you look in the right avenues and the right corners, man, you could be right before you get out of high school. And that's the thing, especially with you being young, you knowing the trends and you know what's hot right now. Even though you like shitty music. That you can capitalize on that being young. It's a lot of young entrepreneurs out there because the information is out there in a way that it never was before. So all I'm telling you is, Kenneth, you get on my fucking nerves most of the time, but I think you're a bright little dude. And I think that you can do something with yourself if you focus yourself. And if that's what you want to accomplish, man, leave them hoes alone. Stay focused on yourself and advancing in everything you're trying to do. So I think it's probably one of your best calls ever, man. So anything else you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, man. Speaking of, I want to speak a little bit more on the little, on the minimum wage shit. Well, not on the minimum wage shit, on the fucking student loan shit. Like I said before, bro. All these people, they gotta be held accountable. You know what I'm saying? Those are debts that you chose to be in. Like I said, no one made you sign that paper. You know, it's a commitment. Once you sign that paper, now that it's a commitment, you chose to do this. You know. So now go ahead and stick with it. You know what I'm saying? You can't eat your pie. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't have it both ways. You know what I mean? You can't do something and then when the consequences happen, you want to get mad and you want to look for a way out. Nah, coach. You know what I'm saying? You made your bed, now you got to lay in it. So, that's how I feel about that. That's all I want to say, man.
Okay. All right. Well, with that being said, Kenneth, good call, solid call, man. Go do something with yourself, coach.
Appreciate that, coach.
Yeah. That nigga's whack. Stop the nonsense. All right, Kenneth, I see you, man. I'm seeing. No, don't blow your bread on the broad. I'm gonna say beyond. Don't spend your money on the chicks. Invest in yourself. See the best in yourself. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we have calling in to the den this evening?
Ooh, Honcho.
Prepaid, the man with the plan. What's on your mind, Mr. Prepaid? How you doing? It's been a minute. I know you've been putting in work, holding it down like you do. So what's on your mind, man? How you feeling this evening?
I'm just a squirrel surrounded by all these nuts trying to get my one little crumb so I can get that thing off me. I gotta say this. It is fucking embarrassing to me that Kenneth understands financial literacy as a high school than I do with people who are my age. And more sense of direction of life than people who are in their fucking 30s. Think about that. Think about what he's saying. Now, I'm going to ruffle some feathers, so for all you snowflakes, go ahead and prepare yourself. Honcho.
Yes, sir.
Let me start off with saying this. From Professor Trill, how dare you sit on this phone and talk about raising minimum wage when you can't go to Taco Bell and get 2 fucking plain beef chalupas with nacho cheese on them? Think about what you're saying. You want to give a handout to a person who refuses to not put sour cream, lettuce, and tomatoes on a fucking chalupa. Think about that. You asking them to do something that's actually more simple than they actually make it. So basically, we want to reward somebody for having an inferior skill set, and that makes sense. How? Okay, let's get into it. When I think of minimum wage, I think of 2 places. I think of McDonald's. I think of Walmart. That's what my mind goes to think of those 2 places. When I walk into Walmart, you were talking to Roman about this, and it really made me smile. Like kids. You know what excites me about Walmart? McDonald's, the kiosks.
Yeah.
Because at least with the kiosks, they won't put mayonnaise on the burger for my son this time. It's a damn shame. You can look a person in the eye across from them, they got a whole computer screen, and they still can put mayonnaise on the fucking burger. What has a person done at Walmart to make you think that they deserve a raise to $15 an hour? They are so bad at their job, they have created a self-checkout, and if something happens to self-checkout, they can't even help you fix the self-checkout. Let's compartmentalize that. Let's think about this. They got 25 employees there. 15 niggas outside smoking cigarettes. Three niggas is working the customer service booth where you bring back whatever you bought and you want to get your money back on. They need 3 people to do that because they just can't figure that shit out. You got 4 people walking around the store stocking shit with an attitude. They won't tell you what nothing's it. You got 8 lanes, only 2 people in the lanes. The 2 people who work the lanes are so fucking grumpy and mad, they won't even give you a smile and ask you how your day going. And this is the behavior this is who we should be giving a raise to. Here's the thing. As a full-fledged Republican, proud to be one, I will vote to give them a raise for minimum wage. We raise minimum wage when they start giving me a reason to vote as such way. I'm not rewarding mediocre behavior. I'm not rewarding that shit. You want to sit here and tell me poor people work the hardest? No, they don't. No, they don't. Literally, anybody can go to work at Taco Bell. Literally, anybody can work there. You know how easy it is to make a fucking beef supreme chalupa? I just gave you the 4 ingredients on it. All you had to do is leave off 2 ingredients, and they still won't do it. Fuck that. In fact, truth be told, I'm gonna say it right now. I don't care who don't like it. I think minimum wage should be less than what it really is now. Bring that shit down. All you niggas working at McDonald's, can't none of y'all fix an ice cream machine? I'll be the first nigga to tell y'all, I am not a handyman. I'm not. I pretty much pay to fix anything inside my house. I need my oil change. I do know how to change oil. I pay somebody to change more. I don't have time for that shit. If I see the ice cream machine break enough times, I'm gonna fix that motherfucker. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you. And y'all keep yelling about these people. Oh, they minimum wage is not right. And how they supposed to be able to survive? Bro, it's like any other job system. Period. No matter how you twist and turn it. You work at McDonald's. You go there, you make $7.25. You are working with people who make more money than you. So, Honcho, how do you make more money if you work with people who make more money than you? What do you do?
Man, you either work harder or you do your own thing. That's the only 2 things I can think about.
When you begin to work harder, what do you do? What's the option they give you once they realize you're a good worker? When they offer you something called start with a P, promotion?
Yeah, they give you a promotion. Oh man, you get a promotion quick too at Mickey D's. I remember I was there. I probably wasn't even there a whole month. They started offering me little tests and little thing. They offered me a little management position. I was just like, nah, I ain't gonna even do y'all like that because I'm finna get out of here the first go round I had. So
exactly. So if you are still back talking about how you deserve to make $15, you know who make $15 at Walmart at a McDonald's? The manager, the shift manager does. You know who make around $22, $25 an hour at McDonald's? The manager. You know who make about 60, 65? The district / regional manager. You can move to every last one of these positions without ever going to college. The problem is that people who work at McDonald's have decided that this is a stepping stone. And I don't have no problem with that. If you don't have any goal to be successful at McDonald's, I'm cool with that. Tell me how you can barely pay your bills. Tell me how bad you got it while talking to me on your fucking iPhone 10. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear that shit. I go to McDonald's probably more than anybody in the den due to these fucking kids. And every time I walk in there, the nigga taking my order or the nigga who bring me something got on a fire-ass pair of sneakers every time. The little chick who had the attitude with me, who over on the side, you know what I'm saying, who didn't want to take my order, guess what she planned on when she take her break? Didn't know his iPhone every time. Every time. Sooner or later, it's going to click to y'all. Rich and poor starts with a mindset. It starts with a mentality. You make poor people decisions, you get poor people results. There's no way around it. This is the way this shit works. You work at a job, you work your 35, 40 hours, your paycheck is $500. If the first thing you do, you get paid on Friday, Saturday morning you in line for them Jordans, you ain't trying to improve your lifestyle at all. Not one bit. you're going to be exactly where you at right now every year for the next 5 years. Until you decide that, why in the fuck am I out here busting my ass, working this job, putting this bullshit, and I'm going to give Michael Jordan half of my paycheck? Well, Michael Jordan wouldn't give me half his bologna sandwich
Michael Jordan.
if I was starving.
Did you hear that story that Charles Barkley told about Michael Jordan on Oprah?
When he knocked, when the hum knocked the money out, oh, I definitely heard it.
Yeah.
I definitely heard it. And for any of y'all who support Michael Jordan, y'all might want to open y'all eyes up. Now, as a person who has a large amount of student loan debt, I won't give y'all the exact number. Just know that Sally Mae ain't never getting a penny from me. I don't give a shit. So I don't really care about Bernie's plan to forgive student loan debt. I don't give a shit no way because I ain't gonna never pay it back. They will get the minimum from me forever. And when I die, it's just dead. That debt dies with me. So I don't give a shit. So I like the fact that Bernie is mentioning it because when Donald Trump wins the next presidency, he's going to have to put some plan together to make this bubble bust. I've been knew this was coming. I don't give a shit about none of that. Zero. And I want to apologize to everybody because I've been gone, you know what I'm saying? Every now and then I'm going to get the Cadillac. The other 10% got to work. And for all you biggody blacks and black power fists in there, y'all keep waiting for the reparations. I want y'all to wait. Keep waiting. Because on the 33rd and everywhere, I'm going to send them checks out to y'all. Just keep waiting on it. Keep talking about how y'all was oppressed and they your people and all this bullshit y'all be talking. Just keep waiting. Don't work. Just keep waiting on the reparations. It's coming. It's coming. Coming to the sky one day. One day you can wake up and just see me riding the comet. That's how you know you're going to see prepaid up there riding the comet. That's how you know your check coming.
I got a question for you though, prepaid. Because
yes, sir.
And shout out to Miss K Grace because she made a brilliant point. You talk about not giving these folks, raising the minimum wage. What happens? Have you ever tried to give somebody at one of these locations, say at Taco Bell or McDonald's or Walmart, you may give them a few dollars over, but you give them the exact change. Have you ever seen somebody struggle with doing the math when you hand them the change?
Let me say, okay, all right. So I'm gonna give y'all a quick story, and I ain't gonna hold y'all long. So with my son, Honcho, when you was a kid and you asked Mama, "Can we go to McDonald's?" What she always say? Do you got McDonald's money?
Yes, sir.
That's the response. Okay, so yes, sir, we do. McDonald's. Okay.
Wait, hold on, you cut out a little bit after the "Do you got McDonald's money" part. I want to make sure everybody hears.
I say so. That's a we do. Second minute. We there.
It's still kind of cutting. It's still kind of cutting in and out a little bit. I'm trying to.
Let me know if you can hear me.
Like I'm catching like every
can you hear me?
word. Yeah, now I can hear you. I can hear you.
Hold on. Can you hear me good now?
Yeah, you good now.
Okay, so I asked my kids, do they have McDonald's money? They said, yes, sir, we do. I said, okay, so let's go. They ordered their food. It came out to be a little bit about $9.45. So because I made them pay with their own money, they had rolled up $1 bills, coins, the whole nine, okay? Mm-hmm. I want to pay $7.
It's back to cut. He said $7, and then that's the last thing I heard.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. All right. Now.
Oh, you sound like good.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good now. Yeah.
Okay, so my son pays, it's like $9.45, right? Mm-hmm. My son pays $7.01 and the rest in change, like $2.45 in coins, okay?
Yeah.
He hands the man the $7, okay? He puts them out in his hand, hands him the change. It took this dude at least 5 minutes for him to count out $2.45 in coins.
That's tough.
Nickels, dimes, and quarters. And I want to say he had majority with quarters because I'm looking at the guy like, you got to be fucking kidding me. This dude had to be no more than 18 years old, y'all. 18 years old. You know the reason why he couldn't count the coins? Because the world has become so dependent on credit card. All he do is swipe a credit card. They have no idea the motherfuckers rich can't even count coins. $2.45, but he deserves to make $15 an hour because he know how to take a person's MasterCard and swipe it on the little swipe thing. Here's the part about America. You have the opportunity to be whatever you want to be in this world. Kenneth is going to be an entrepreneur because Kenneth decided he's going to be an entrepreneur. You can be whatever you want to be in this world. Somebody in the den said they own truck. They own a trucking company. That's brilliant. That's awesome. No one can put a glass on top. You can do what the fuck you want to be in this world. The problem is that we are too busy trying to reward mediocrity. That is our problem as American citizens. Can't do it. Can't do it. I will not do it. I will never vote for mediocrity to prevail in anything I do in this world. If you can't count out $2.45 in coins, you deserve to be right where you at. If I worked there and couldn't count out $2.45 in coins, I would literally count the coins that's inside the register every night and just count it down and practice. But that requires too much. But I guarantee if I asked the little dude when the Drake album was dropping, he know the exact date.
You know it.
So Professor Trill, I hope you call back in. Because if you're giving a raise to a motherfucker who can't get two beat your lupus correct, shame on you. Because if you give them a raise and they can't get that shit right, they ain't going to never get it right. And they're going to go to every last job and give minimum effort and want maximum pay.
This is true.
Again, black people, y'all are not oppressed. The problem is you're just too fucking entitled. You're just too fucking entitled in America. Everything's supposed to be given to you. I ain't giving you shit. And I hope the government don't give you nothing either. Y'all be blessed. I'm out.
I already prepaid. Appreciate the call, man. That's tough. And I've seen it multiple times. Motherfuckers get to struggling with that fucking, like, you know you finna have an issue with a person with them coins when they start with that face they make when you hand them the coins. That's when they start getting sketchy. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
What's up, Honcho? This is D-Love.
D-Love, what's the motherfucking deal, man? What's on your mind, man? How you feeling about tonight's conversation?
And before J Dizzle call in and counter prepaid, I'm going to go ahead and spill some sauce on this. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and start off with the student loan thing. Okay. So I say I got two sisters that went to college, and you know they doing student loans, and you know normally, ideally, taking out student loans is not ideal, right?
Yeah.
But had I known that the financial aid and stuff would help out as much as it did, I'll be honest with you, Honcho, I would have went to college. I wouldn't have even signed up for the military, but now that I did, like, there's really nothing to regret. The only thing I regret is just I feel like it was a waste of 3 years, but you know it will help out with college and stuff like that. But I don't think it's worth like all the depression and anxiety and all that stuff like that. So I got a cousin that recently graduated, and I'm trying to figure it all out. Like, he got a job right now, he's trying to figure it out for the loan center. And he mentioned going to college. I didn't tell him not to go to college. I didn't tell him to go to college. I did tell him not to join the military, though. Here's the thing. What I told him was that, like, if you don't know what he want to do, by the time he graduated high school and stuff like that, I told him not to go to college because all he was going to do is rack up student loans and rack up debt that, you know, he may or may not be able to pay back. I mean, because the thing is, he don't understand, like, what he want to do in the long term. So I told him the wise thing to do is not go to college. I told him to, like, he might be better off picking up a trade. You know what I mean? You know, he got some hobbies, you know, go to trade school, start making that money then. There's nothing wrong with going right into the workforce, because I know the media told us that, you know, since we've been in high school, that if we don't go to college, then we're not going to be anything in life. You know what I'm saying? You know, college is the end-all, be-all. Go to college, get your degree, get your dream job as a doctor, as a lawyer, make all that money, drive your little Ferrari, and live the American dream. I mean, I know that's a societal way of viewing it, but I mean, it ain't always like that. Like I say, I'm going, and you know, I was listening to some of Kenneth's call, and I agree. I mean, I support him in his decision to want to start his own business, become an entrepreneur, because that's an option that like none of our teachers told us about while we were in school. They didn't tell us about being an entrepreneur. They just told us to go to college, um, apply for grants, take out student loans, and pay it back. So, as far as me, the military, it help out. I mean, there's benefits, okay, but I'm telling you, them cons are not to be overlooked.
So, with the military, again, maybe you can explain it. 'Cause like I said, I don't know all the full details. I know, you have things like the GI Bill and stuff like that. So what is that? What does that entitle you to? Say when you're done, you in a couple of months here, and you want to go to school. Like what all does that provide you with?
I know my GI Bill is going to cover the tuition first and foremost, depending on which one I got. There's like two GI Bills you can get. You can get the Montgomery GI Bill, and you can get the post 9/11. I believe I got the post 9/11, and that's going to pay off the tuition first and foremost. Now, you can also get tuition assistance while you're doing school, but you have to be in the military. Like you have to be taking classes while you're actively in the military. Like for me, if you wait till you get out, then you're not going to be able to use a tuition assistant. You just have to use your GI Bill. And since I'm active, it should cover a bachelor's degree in alone. And there's components. You can do reserve. You can do National Guard. Like reserve is, I believe it's a weekend. Well, 2 weekends out of the summer, and I forgot. But like, it's not like full time. It's like you're a part-time soldier, and then you get a civilian job. And as far as I understand, it doesn't pay off. It doesn't pay off like all of your GI Bills. That's what I was told by my recruiters. But I don't know. I haven't went down that route. I chose the active duty route. So yeah, I'll be able to get tuition, a bachelor's degree now. If I want to get a master's degree. The Army wouldn't pay for that since I'm getting out. But like, if I was to stay in, renew my contract, then I can go back and get a master's degree. Like the Army will continue to pay for your tuition for as long as you're in. So that's kind of the deal
So
with the GI Bill and stuff like that, huh?
now I know you said there's anxiety and there's some other things that go on with that. But do you not think I know, and I know you got to put in work to get there. It takes it's a significant amount of time out of your life. But do you feel that it's better to put in those 4 years and have that bachelor's degree covered than some of these people who are racking up these loans, ridiculous amounts, and then having to kind of pay this off for the rest of their lives? What do you think is better to, be able to do that and get it over and done with and not have that stress?
I'm going to be honest with you, Honcho. Like, college is not for everyone, and the military is not for everyone. So, based on what I experienced, I would tell people that absolutely is not worth it. But I wouldn't say like that doesn't necessarily mean I would agree that they should go to college. See, me, if I can go back and like reverse things, I would do everything I can to get as much of a scholarship as I possibly can. But if that don't work out, then I wouldn't even go to college either. I just go to trade. You know what I'm saying? Because my end goal is to be an inspirational speaker, and I'm not necessarily sure if I need a college degree to do that, because I was going to go and major in communication for that.
No, you don't need a degree to do that. You can go to the Eric Thomas School. He just started a school now for
Exactly.
motivational speakers. You can go to that. But the funny thing about the Eric Thomas School for motivational speakers, they all sound like fucking Eric Thomas when they fucking talk. I was looking at that shit because I listen to Eric Thomas every now and then, and I was just like, let me look at this. What's going on over here? I'm not gonna go to it, but I was just checking it out, and he had like a little clip on Instagram or something. They all sound like fucking Eric Thomas, the way that their voice inflections and just everything, the way that they talk and everything. I find that very amusing, but it is what it is.
Eric Thomas is what got me into this. That's not the story though. But yeah, so as far as me, that's what I would do. Like I tell like everybody that's like within my circle not to do it, but it's difficult because here's the thing, Honcho. I haven't finished my contract. I haven't got to experience all the benefits that comes with the military yet. I'm sure there's ups and downs with the military, but I feel like I experienced all the down, the whole downside of it. As soon as I get out and start living out the benefits, that is then when I can give a full analysis of whether or not it was worth it or not. But as of right now, it doesn't even look like it was worth it.
But so how much of that?
Everything
I
I've been,
mean, but don't you think that can go into when you move into the inspirational, motivational speaker field? Now you have a story to tell, as opposed to if you would have went a different route. Who knows what the outcome would have been? But now you have something to fuel your story. You have something to fire you up when you talk about. You know, you can share your experiences, the things that you had to overcome. I think that gives you a more powerful story in the end, as opposed to had you maybe just tried to jump into it immediately, or straight out of high school or something like that. So I mean, again, it's your story. I can't tell you your story. You only you know that. But
yep.
but I think that
Huncho,
that could be a platform.
yeah, you know what? That is a great point, and I have also been thinking about that as well. I mean, the military does give me like a lot of room, a lot of background to be able to go into that field. So, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, it would have been a whole lot difficult had I tried to do this coming out of high school, because I don't really have a lot of leverage. Like every time it's like, I'm Lisa Nickel, like all them. So I also think about that as well. So, like I say, I haven't even finished out my contract, so it's hard to say right now whether or not it was actually worth it. But I mean, if I do get out and end up being successful mostly because of that, then I would have to contradict myself and say it was very worth it. So no, you got a great point there, Huncho. So that was student loans. That's my take on that student loan thing. What else is it? I was talking about the minimum wage. Okay, so yeah, my first job was at Fiesta as a cashier, and I was making $8 an hour. So I was very satisfied by that. When I got fired, like I know prepaid was frowning upon dude for not knowing how to count money, and look, I agree. Like for you to not be able to count $2 and 45 cents, that is abysmal. But I was working there for like about a month, 3 weeks. Paying good money because that was my first job ever, and this is quite embarrassing. But I got fired because for some reason, because I'm a cashier, right? So I'm supposed to be, like keeping like kind of monitoring like how much money we have like over, like how much money we made and stuff like that. So, man, I don't even want to say this on show, but they checked one time and they called me into the room, and it turns out that I was $100 short. Man. So
D-Love over there stealing from the register, man. God damn.
Yeah. Like I said, shit. I'm embarrassed. Like to this day, I'm still embarrassed by that. All right. So, I continued working there for a couple more days because, they still had the investigation ongoing. So they called me in. Well, I came in to work, actually drove to work today, that day, and then the manager, he just told me he just had me back, like, do the bag, like, whenever they finish getting the groceries, I put it in the bag and in the basket and stuff like that. He had me doing that for about 15 minutes, and then they called me in, and then they told me that this is going to be my last day working with them. So the worst part was when I asked them, when do I clock out? They said, you're actually going to clock out right now. So, yeah, I screwed that up big time. So, that was my first job. So, yeah. So, how it happened was, it's not necessarily that I couldn't count money. It's just that, because I was doing pretty good, like, for the most part. But it was just that one little incident. I came up $100 short. I mean, it's $100, so it's a lot of money. So, I ain't really no excuse for that. I mean, I don't know. So yeah, prepaid, yeah, man. You think that dude was bad? Yeah, that was worse. So, but minimum wage, like my cousin is making $10 an hour, so that's more than it was making when I had my job. So, I mean, do you consider $10 an hour like minimum wage?
No, I don't. I mean, should it be that much? No, because here's my thought on this, man. And I know it doesn't apply to everybody, and people gonna say, you're generalizing, and yes, I am. If you give people who don't have the understanding, and I'm not sitting here trying to cap, and I'm not trying to clown. I don't have the best financial literacy. My credit ain't great. I'm improving it, but it's not great because of all the bad decisions that I made. It took me a little bit to learn some shit. But what I'm saying here is once you what it would say, if you knew better, you do better, and this is absolutely true. But what happens is if you start giving people more money, and they don't have the understanding, the education, or anything to go to how to manage that money, they're going to buy more bullshit. That's just what's going to happen. Think about that's why I say even when we'll have this reparations conversation real soon because I know they had the little Congress meeting. That's one of the things that I talk about with this the reparations situation though is you're gonna give a lot of motherfuckers a lot of money, right? And with no understanding, no education, and they're gonna be real upset. But guess who's gonna get all that money? Gucci finna get all that money. Nike finna get all that money. Jordan gonna get all that money. All the shit that they hear all these other motherfuckers talking about, all this shit that they ever wanted to get. That's what they're gonna go blow that money on. They're not gonna make sound investments. And then when that money gets low and you've got that check, and then once you broke again, then what? Who do they point the fingers at? Who are they gonna blame at that point? You know what I'm saying? And so that's how I believe with anybody. If you give a person more money on their check, you know what I'm saying? Then they're gonna blow it more. I mean, hey, instead of buying that one pair of J's, they're gonna buy two. I got more money. I'm gonna buy two pair of J's. You know what I'm saying?
Like different from the military because like you get paid strictly based on your rank, regardless of how well you perform at your job. So as far as the workforce, I'm like working at Fiesta and all that stuff. Your money is a reflection of your work ethic, the amount of work you put in. So prepaid. I understand his opinion that it should be lowered. Because he made a great point. He went on a rant about Taco Bell and stuff like that. But I mean, I don't really disagree with him because I think the money should be, your money should be a reflection of the work you put in. So as far as like, should minimum wage be risen or lowered? I ain't really got no opinion because if I was working my job, of course I want it to be risen. But I'm gonna have to let y'all take on that argument right there because I don't really have an opinion as of right now. But yeah, it's all I'm going to put out there and shit. Okay. I appreciate you for taking my calls. Right. And yeah, like I said, he started giving Kenneth his prop, man. So you got to get off Kenneth.
Man, look, Kenneth made one call out of like the 100 calls. Here's what Kenneth excels in sauce. In sauce sports, Kenneth excels. Kenneth usually has good calls in sauce sports. In the den, Kenneth is like, he's had like one good call out of 30. You know what I'm saying? So, 1 for 30 ain't gonna get you the MVP award. So, but you keep shooting, he'll be all right. You know what I'm saying? He'll be all right. Like I say, he all right in soft sports, but in the den, he's kind of like that dude who be in the sauce chats that has the Snapchat filters. That's the equivalent of Kenneth in the den. So, but there's that. So,
hey, Kenneth said you gonna slap the shit out you when y'all had that damn meet and greet. You better put some respect on his name.
I invite Kenneth to seize the opportunity. Carpe diem, seize the day. That'll be the last. Kenneth will be out of commission for a while. If he's hoping to get that scholarship, hopefully D1, and I hope he does achieve that level and don't make the same mistakes that I did. But if he decides to make that, I invite him to. As a man, you got to do what you feel like you must do. But Kenneth will be out of commission. He'll be on injured reserve. So.
All right, but I appreciate it.
All right, I appreciate your call, man. Look, ain't gonna be no third strike. Kenneth snitch. I'm gonna hide that little nigga. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got called into the den this evening?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Rise up.
Oh, God damn.
Hey.
Sit your ass down. What's the motherfucking deal, Miss Meat? How you doing this evening?
Hey, I'm just going to touch on a few of your little subjects here, but a lot of the stuff I agree with the callers, Prepaid Mike and Professor Trill. My thing on minimum wage is this. And this has been my thing since I was young. Every time they raise the minimum wage, guess what? Eggs go up, milk go up, cheese go up, bread go up. All the little things that us budget people pay attention to. All that stuff goes up. Every time they raise the minimum wage, all that stuff goes up. I'm serious. Because that's what I look at. Like, I'm a couponer. I, watch what I spend at the store and this and that. But every time over the years that the minimum wage has went up, everything else has went up. The little stuff that we buy, like I said, like eggs, cheese, toothpaste, mouthwash, all that stuff goes up every time they may raise the minimum wage. Okay. So now, far as, let me tell you, I work for a Fortune 500 company. I can't name them because in my contract is, when we got laid off and they sent our jobs overseas, which I never thought this Fortune 500 company would do, but I can't speak their names. But they went overseas, okay? So the thing about that is this. Like they said, a couple of callers said, whenever it's all about money, first of all. It's all about money. So I was making great money being a senior administrative assistant, which means a high secretary or whatever you want to call it. So they feel like they can do more. They can get the job done overseas without paying the insurance, which Obama put in effect, which I said I liked because it helped me. But a lot of people, it didn't help. It made companies give employees insurance. You know what I mean? So it helped me, but in another sense, it sent jobs overseas, which I never thought it would do because of insurance. See, so now they're paying them like $4 an hour and no insurance and this and that, but here I am out of a job. So, with everything being the price has been, and they talking about raising minimum wage and this and that. Now, my husband was taking care of everything. But I have noticed in these last few months that I can't do a lot of things I can do. Like, I can't go to Costco and Sam's Club when I want to on a daily basis because I'm on a budget because there's only a one income in this house, which is not enough. And now if they raise minimum wage, guess what? I'm going to have to find some kind of job somewhere because we can't get the things we need to get. Because every time they raise minimum wage, everything else goes up. The little stuff that y'all don't think y'all look at, like I said, the milk, the eggs, the cheese, the bread, the little stuff that you buy every day, that stuff goes up. I'm 47. Like, bread that used to be $1.39 for a loaf. Come on now. Come on now. It didn't used to be that. Milk, $3, and it depends on what you like. Is this Mayfield, you're paying $4, $5. Bluebell ice cream, you're paying $5 when it used to be $2. Every time they raise minimum wage, that's what's going to go up. The little stuff that they think you're not looking at. That's the stuff that goes up. Groceries, I come out the store with 4 bags and I spend $100-some. Come on now, what the fuck?
Man, who you telling? I went in there.
What the fuck?
Yesterday, spent a quick 80 on some nonsense. I looked at that shit. I'm like, man, I had to double check. I'm like, what did I buy?
What did I buy?
Yeah.
Like, don't need soap, tissue, toothpaste, bleach, washing powder, and shit like that. You coming out with $160. Like, what did I buy? I got 6 bags. So every time people vote to raise this minimum wage, this is what's going to happen. Your daily stuff goes up. Your daily stuff goes up. The little stuff you don't think about, it goes up. Look, I'm all for people making a living. I am. But when I was coming up, they wasn't all for me. So I had to do what I had to do to make a living. And I just know every time they raise the minimum wage, this is what's happening. Now, for our school loans, my daughter that passed away, she had 300 and some $1,000 on school loans. Now, I signed my name on those school loans as a backup person, right? So when she passed away, about 6 months later, she wasn't even called employees. I mean, they coming after me, right? So I had this person tell me what to do with that. So because I signed my name on it, I was responsible for it, and I knew I was. So I'm trying to make arrangements. This is what I can pay. This is what happened. So what happened was, I found some ways that we probably wouldn't have found out if I wouldn't have researched how to get that paid off. So now I only owe $2,000, which I paid off out of over $200,000 worth of school loans. So I owe $2,000, so I paid that. So, if you sign your name on that dotted line, you're responsible for it. That's why, I educate kids now. If you can't afford it, go to a technical college first. But wait a minute. Lucky for this. My daughter knew how to get scholarships, things like that. That's why she only owed what she owed for 5.5 years of college, because she actually finished. She didn't get to walk because she passed before she walked. I walked for her. But she owed a lot. She got scholarships and things like that. You got to know about stuff like that. You got to research. You got to study. You got to do. But I agree with you, Honcho. If you sign your name on that dotted line, you owe it. Pay it. If you don't want to pay that, don't sign your name on that line. Don't do it. It is what it is. Now, as far as manual labor, I've done all that. Like, I've done plumbing. I have a plumbing apprenticeship. I went to school for 4 years. I did plumbing for like 9 years. I did the manual shit. But the thing about that is, in construction, women don't get respected like that. And that was a good living for me back then. That was a good living for me in the early 2000s, like 2000 to 2004. That was a good living. But we get laid off first. That's what that was in the workforce. But now I know what my work is. I know what I can do, and I know what I can't do. So, as far as raising minimum wage, I'm not with it, because everything else goes up when that goes up. Like every job don't give you a cost of living rate. Some jobs do, but every job do not give you a cost of living rate. So when they raise the minimum wage, everything else is going up. And I'm a couponer. Like, I cut coupons. I'm a 3D motherfucker. Like, I do all that. But if they raise the minimum wage, everything else is raising up along with that minimum wage. Everything else is. As far as Joe Biden and all the school loans, man, come on now. Really? If y'all believe that shit, y'all stupid motherfucker. You are not. Nobody is not going to forgive us or nobody else for student loans. It's just not going to happen. Because once you sign your name on the line, it's like any other contract. When you sign that contract for your house, when you sign that contract for your car, when you sign that contract for anything you get into, you are obligated to pay that shit. That's how you keep your credit good. So we need to educate. If I know everybody wants to go to a university, and I know you do. But if you don't have the resources, like I didn't, it just so happens that I got out of this loan because of what happened to my baby. I would have been in the loan and her still been here, but it didn't happen like that. I was still obligated for over $200,000. But somebody taught me how to, do do this and do that. She passed, do this, do that. So I end up owing over $2,000, which I paid, which is good. Hey, thank you, Jesus. But if you sign your name, you're obligated to it. It's any other contract. That's the way it is. But I just think like all that raising minimum wage, it's still not gonna help you, because once they raise that minimum wage, let's just say they raise it to $15, $18, $20, whatever. Okay, you finna pay $6 for a gallon of milk. You finna pay $4 18 eggs. That's what's gonna happen. Leave it alone. Like, get an education, do what you got to do. Nobody's gonna hand you any damn thing in this world, in this life. Nobody's gonna hand you anything. I'm all for making things right, but if I know I'm finna go work at McDonald's, I know what I'm in for.
Exactly.
And like you said, that those kiosks, the first one I seen, I was showing them, driving home in Oklahoma, and I got to some state, I can't remember the state, I don't know, Mississippi, I think. And they said, "Oh, go on up to the kiosk and order your food, and this and that." So I did, I paid. So look, I said, "Damn, this took like 5 people jobs." Oh, goddamn! Wow. Okay, and that's what's going on. And the said job that I can't mention right now has robots delivering, sorting their packages. The said company that laid me off, that went to Guatemala, my admin job, here in the United States, has robots running their packages right now. This is no lie. I mean, that's what it's coming to. So, what I'm doing is, while I'm off, I am doing the web, the internet, the robots, have to run the robots and shit like that. Like, you just got to keep up with the time. That's basically it.
Yeah.
You got to keep up with what's going on now. Point blank. Because these motherfuckers got robots sorting their packages, putting their packages on trucks, robots. Like 10 of them. That's 10 people's jobs. They used to get paid good money. You hear me?
Yeah.
So, basically, you just got to keep up with the time. Fuck a minimum wage. Don't worry about that. These politicians going to say what they... You can vote for who you want to vote for. That's all right. And I'm going to vote for who I'm going to vote for. But don't be coming with this bullshit like you going to get rid of student loans and I'm going to do this. See, that's flat out lying. Like, you playing with my intelligence now, because I know shit like that ain't going to happen. That's not going to happen. So now you just got to keep up with the times. Fuck minimum wage. Fuck what minimum wage is. Don't worry about that. You got to keep up with the times. And the times now, this is what's going on. Everything is remote.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just had a job offer to run a management job remotely from a fast food restaurant. I'm not there. How can I see what the hell going on in there? It's remote. So you just got to keep up with the times. That's just about it. You got to keep up with it. But I'm not for that raising minimum wage, because shit, I like eggs, I like cheese, and I like milk, and I like bread, and that shit goes up.
Yeah.
Ground turkey,
Yeah.
that shit goes up.
Yeah, leave my ground turkey alone. I fuck with that ground turkey super tough, you know. But I agree with you. Once you start raising things at the base level, we talk about trickle down economics. It's gonna trickle up. You know what I mean? And so I think what you have to do is you have to develop new skills. I mean, here's the thing. Like, you have to understand, and this is my deal with that, is people are, we should just give jobs for the sake of giving jobs. It's never going to work like that. The world is changing. You know what I'm saying? It has changed so much, especially since the early 2000s to this point, ever since the phone technology, internet technology, and everything that's come with it, you know, it changes so rapidly, and it's only going to change more and more as the days go by. You have to adapt. There were jobs that are available now that did not exist 5, 10, 15 years ago.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And so
Exactly. You gotta keep up. Like, the only thing now is not for you to worry about what the fucking minimum wage is. You gotta worry about keeping up. Because if you don't keep up, you're not gonna have a job. Like, I never thought the job that I have would move to a foreign country. Okay? We all about building walls now and all this, but goddamn, why you gonna build a wall sitting there goddamn jams over there? See, that's not even the issue no more for me. The issue now is keeping up. You just got to keep up with what's going on now. So all that minimum wage rise, all that talk, man, that's old school shit. Listen, y'all better keep up because the old shit is not going to be around no more.
No.
It's just not. This is a new world. This new technology. You got to keep up with all the technology. You got to keep up with it. And you know, I did speak on a few weeks ago how my husband said, "Hey, you ain't got to work. You ain't got to do this. You ain't got to do that." But shit is high. And, you know, if I could work remotely from home and still be a manager somewhere, come on now. I'm not even in there flipping them burgers. I don't know what they doing in there. I'm telling you what to do over the fucking computer.
Yeah. Straight up. Man, you got these. I got a homeboy. He works, you know, for a company like Comcast, and he works from home. He's doing, you know, mainly his customers are in Boston or somewhere like that, but he out here in Houston, you know, and he works remotely. You know, he chooses his hours and things like that. And I mean, it's just there's several different opportunities. Shout out to Prepaid, man. I appreciate that love. I'm gonna read the comment here in just a second, but yeah, I mean, it's a different game, man. It's a different game these days, and you have to go out and seek opportunity. They're not going to be given anymore, and it's a competition. You know, however you want to look at it, you might not like it like that, but you got people who
it is what it is.
Going hard
it is what it is, Honcho. It's technology. Like, you got to keep up with technology. Stop worrying about what's the minimum pay. Worry about what's going on now. Worry about the technology. Keep yourself up on game, because if you don't, that little Walmart greeter in a minute gonna be a robot too. It ain't gonna be your old auntie who retired from AT&T years ago, who's sitting there getting extra money. It's not gonna be.
Yeah.
Because everything I do now, I even get my groceries delivered to me. So what does that tell you? Remember, we have to go to the store.
Yeah.
I don't have to go to the store now. I don't have to go shop for nothing. Yeah. Everything is to your door. Everything is just you got to keep up with this technology. Yeah. Point blank.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, that a lot of people, you know, you got to look at it like this. You talk about wealthy people, and people say, "Oh, a lot of people getting money in this." Well, hey, you got to find out what type of services wealthy people need. And if you can find a way to put yourself in position to provide those services, wealthy people are spending money. The service industry is getting bigger than ever. And that's what people got to realize. You got to look at where the money is going. If you feel like this opportunity is getting lost out on, you got to go where the money's going. You know, you just got to figure certain things out. And again, like I say, it may not be easy, but once you get into it and you figure some things out, hey, you know, you add some revenue to your income streams and shit. You'll be surprised with what opportunities out there. It's just a lot of people are not aware of them. So, you know, I think that people got to look in different ways, in different lanes. They can't expect to be able to do the same thing of filling out an application and get a job. Shit, even the applications ain't even paper no more. Everything is on the internet. You taking a test before you even get the job and shit. So, I mean, everything has changed, and you can't expect, you know, that you're just gonna get something just because. I don't believe it's ever gonna happen.
That's that grandfather then shit. Mm-hmm. That shit ain't in no more. Like, I had a lady call me the other day that worked with me at my job where we got laid off. She was like, they want to do an interview with me over the web. I was like, that's how they do it now. Girl, what is you talking about? You don't have to come face to face no more. Like, you got to keep up with the technology. That's how you're going to keep your money going. That's how you're going to keep good jobs. You got to keep up with the technology. You have to, because that's the way it is. There's no more like the old school, well, I'm going to dress up for this interview and this and that. Now, your interview is from your head up, so you can wear nothing from your waist down. You can be ass naked, but if you dressed up from your waist up, you doing an interview on the web. So it's just like you just got to keep up with the technology. Damn that minimum wage shit. Stop raising that shit. Stop it. Because all it does is make everything else, gas, groceries, and everything else go up. Once they raise that up, everything else is going up. Everything else is. So go back and look. Everything else is going up. As soon as they raise minimum wage, everything else. I mean, like California is different from Georgia. I don't even know what the minimum wage is here. I don't know. It's probably still at whatever 7, 8. I don't know what it is, but it probably is still that. And that's good for somebody working part time and you in the 9th, 10th, 11th grade, and you just trying to get you some shoes, you just trying to get you whatever. But for a grown ass motherfucker who trying to make their way, there's no need for you to even worry about minimum wage because you can't make it off that.
Absolutely can't.
You cannot make it no matter what it is. Even if they raise it to $15, you can't make it off $15 an hour. You can't raise a family off $15 an hour. I don't care what you say. People can disagree with me all they want. You can't make it off $15 an hour. There's no way. I was making almost double plus that, and it was still, you know, I wasn't rich, but it wasn't I wasn't living like a millionaire or nothing.
Yeah.
Because once everything got transferred over to my husband's benefits, like my insurance, we get through this company, because we work for the same company. Through this company, we got cheap car insurance, health insurance, and other insurance. So once all this stuff transferred over to his check, I'm like, goddamn. Because, see, we was splitting that up, so you really couldn't tell. But now it's all coming out of his check. So I'm like, damn, I need to do something part-time or something. Because I can't, like, go, I'm not no shopping person. Like, I'm not no gold digger. I just want to live good. I want to have groceries. I want to have tissue
Yeah,
soap.
but you ain't messing with no broke nigga.
You know, but I can't go shopping like I want to go shopping because everything is transferred over to him now. So you need more than one income, but you also got to be up with the game and up with the technology. That's why I'm going to school for what's out now. And like I said, I got an offer already to be a remote manager. How can you be a remote manager? Hey, listen, if you choose, I'm going to be a remote manager.
You heard me? Straight up.
Remotely look at your ass. I'm going to remotely look at your ass. It's all good. But that's what's happening now. It's not all about minimum wage and all that. You can't make it off that. So even if they raise it, they just going to raise everything else.
I mean, how you fire somebody remotely?
What'd you say?
So how do you fire somebody remotely?
Well, I mean, you know, I'm on that computer a lot. So, you know, when you filling out applications, that's what's on there now. Like Amazon, all these people they looking for remote, virtual and remote people. So I have experience in that from my job. At least they gave me that much, you know. So I have experience in that, and now I'm going to school for that so I can get a master's in that. But that's what they're looking for. Like, they don't even care if you come in. They don't care if they ever see you. If I make a decision as a remote manager, that's what's going to go.
Yeah.
So you just got to keep up with the times. Fuck that minimum wage stuff. Leave it alone. Listen, get off y'all ass. If you can't go to school, I'm sorry. It is what it is. Community college is cheapest.
Oh, you there?
computer classes at the library because that's how I started off. Because I was paying my daughter's school loans because I didn't know about this program. They paid it off. So I really couldn't afford school for myself. So I was taking the free classes at the library until I figured out how to pay off her loans without me having to pay $200,000 that I signed for. So you just got to keep up with the technology. Don't take shit just to read. You read about Young Thug. You read about everybody else. Just do a little research.
Yeah.
That's it. Because all this minimum wage stuff, that shit ain't gonna matter in a minute.
Yeah. I agree.
That's just my opinion. So I'm gonna let somebody else call in.
Alrighty. Well, Miss Me, I'm glad you shared your thoughts and opinions, and especially the.
Look. This morning, right? I had a little surgery. I had a little outpatient surgery this morning, right? So I got out the surgery like, I'm on Eastern time, you're on Central time. So it was like 11:30 my time, so 10:30. I said, give me my phone and give me my earphones. I got to see what's going on. And then your ass told me, so it ain't no den this morning. What the fuck?
Man, I caught some hell for that today. Wow.
I was like, give me my phone. Where's my phone? I said, you goddamn. But I don't blame you. You do the slide. I appreciate you, and I mean, I really, really do.
Well, I appreciate you.
I appreciate what you're doing.
Because y'all make this so worthwhile.
Whenever I contribute more, believe me, you give me.
Hey, Ms. Mead, I appreciate your contributions via phone call, you showing up and just being an active part of the community. Anything extra is nice, but I appreciate y'all for, just coming through on a daily basis, supporting and just sharing the word about the den. Trust me, I sincerely appreciate everything y'all do.
I mean, I understand you say that, but sometimes people appreciate what you're doing more because it really helps them out. Just want to let you know that without you saying it, you appreciate us because I know you do because you wouldn't do this. So some of us appreciate you more.
Okay, well, thank you. Well,
all right.
I do.
All right.
Make me feel all warm inside. Well, thank you, Miss Mead.
All right, I'll let y'all later. Rise up.
Rise up. He was doing good till you said that shit.
Rise up.
Sit your ass down. I appreciate the call. Shout out to Miss Meek. Look, I know y'all been acting. I'm gonna take y'all calls, man. We're gonna go a little bit longer. I know I said I was gonna hit y'all with the 2 limit, but hey, it sounds like we're getting some good calls, some people who want to contribute their thoughts. Shout out to Prepaid, man. Let me read this real quick. I'm gonna take this call. But let me just say, I'm going to read this real quick. It says, when it comes to finding success, you have to be willing to do the...
Unrecognized. Did you know cats usually weigh between 2.5 and 7 kilograms or 5 points?
When it comes to finding success, you have to be willing to do the things that others refuse to do. We all in, Honcho. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about. Appreciate that, love. Shout out to Prepaid. I don't know what that random cat message was that I just received. Some weird, I guess you could call it a cat call. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Hey, it's Belle. How are you? Been trying to get in all night.
Man, I see, Miss Belle. We've been hot tonight. What's on your mind this evening? It's always good to hear from you. So how are you doing?
Good. I'm going to come back to the title for tonight, which is minimum wage. What a lot of people don't know is that with every government cost of living raise, all your basic, Mrs. Meat was right. Bread, eggs, milk go up, but that's not the only thing that goes up. Gas goes up. Apartment costs go up. And most of cost of living is like 2 to 3% per what you're making, and most of the average costs are going up 5 and 6 per year. That's why people aren't actually even making a living wage at this point, even if they're making minimum wage. But minimum wage wasn't designed to be a living wage. It was designed to be an entry-level starting place. And Prepaid was spot on when he said, hey, this is a stepping stone. You want a job, you do better, you get better money. In my day, 30 years ago, minimum wage is only $3.70 an hour. So now you're looking at $15 an hour. And then you look at the rate of what it was to rent an apartment then and an apartment now, and yeah, it does balance out, but it's got to go somewhere. And what most people don't know is the government does not actually own anything as far as property value goes. Everything is either rented or leased as far as physical properties go. And that's when I started having kids. My son's going to be 22 this summer. They started the right to work thing because states were going broke through public assistance. And that's why they started, it's becoming, instead of it being state welfare, it's become federal welfare with disability. And they've tried to minimum everybody off the ranks of public welfare within the states because the states were going bankrupt because of it. So they turned to the federal government because, quote unquote, they have more money. And so that's where disability came in, and that's why there's been such a clamping down on giving disability, because so many people who had public assistance weren't capable of working in the regular force, so they were found to be disabled. So it brought a whole new different generation onto a whole new level of disability. Also, one of the things that they could do and they don't implement is having vocational high schools. They're starting to do that now. I remember back in the 80s, it was very widespread. You'd have huge high schools that were dual enrollment programs where you could get a culinary art degree as well as a high school diploma. Or you would get agricultural and a high school diploma. And so it's a way to stair-step without putting everybody into college, but still letting somebody have more of a skilled set before going out into minimum wage. The other thing is I come from New England. I know I've told you this before. And one of the things is it was tradition for, whether it be your father or your mother, a lot of times you went into the trade or the skill that they went into. Well, that tradition has kind of stopped in the last couple of generations. So when you don't have a generation of, well, my dad did this or my mom did this and this is what we did, it also changes the dynamic across society as well, because there's no heritage of that kind of thing, of knowing what they could be capable of doing in that particular field. I know it's kind of off the mark of what we were talking about, but skilled labor is something that people don't want to pay for, but there's an expectation to have it. Minimum wage is there because, as I think it was Prepaid that said it, that minimum wage is minimum mindset. How much does it take to flip a burger? Or, yep, you should be able to give the right change, but they don't always do it. Do you want an apple pie with that? It's a minimal effort, so it's a minimal design for finances. The more you use your brain power or the more you use your muscles, the more you're expected to be paid. The least you're functioning, the least they want to pay you. And that's kind of how that works. Any questions tonight?
I got a couple of questions. Well, first question, very important. Are you a fan of football?
Yes and no.
Okay. Well, what's the
I don't.
yes?
Okay. By birthright, I was a Patriot. By choice, I'm a Saints fan.
Okay. 'Cause I was going to give you a hard time if you were a Patriots fan, but I'm going to let you make it. So.
Hell no. I don't have a choice because that's the family dynamic, but I choose to be a Saints fan because you got to always go with the underdog.
Okay. Them good old ain'ts. Okay. All right. So I had to know, because you mentioned New England a couple of times, and I always meant to ask. But I agree with what you said about the vocational high school, and I think that's something that should be implemented. I think that, you know if college is right or wrong for you. And so
Correct.
I think that kids should have a choice, or there should be options to where kids can graduate with, even if it's an entry-level skill or whatever it is, so they don't have to go to college and rack up all that debt if they know that that's not the way that they're going to benefit, or some type of trade. Something has to be changed up. And so I agree with you on that. And what you said about the about kids going into their parents' trade, man, I was arguing with my old lady the other day about this, and it kind of ties in, but it kind of doesn't. It just brought this to my mind because we were arguing about Steph Curry. And I was telling her the reason why I don't feel bad for him. People try to hit him with this underdog story. It's like, your dad was a professional NBA player, and she's like, well, he had to put in the work, and and I said, I'm not saying that he didn't. He absolutely did, but knowing how to have a master level at a skill or a craft or something, and being able to pass that down to your children at an early age, whereas people who are not in that field or don't get into that field till their early adulthood or maybe late teens or whatever, it's going to be a longer learning curve for them.
Absolutely correct.
And so that's what I was trying to explain. That doesn't give them advantage because, other guys made it. I say, yeah, but they had to put in the work themselves, and then they either had to learn that at the collegiate level, or, maybe it took them a few years in the NBA before they picked certain things up. And I was just, so we were going to say there's a reason him and his brother, but I was just kind of tying into what you said. But that's very interesting that is a thing nowadays, that kids do not follow in the footsteps of their parents anymore.
All right, Honcho, let me give you this. He had to come in and he had to do the actual physical work, but there was a foot open in the door to the NBA that he got from the privilege of having his father already step through that door.
Yes.
No different than having a dad that worked for the plumbers union and the kid wanting to come in and be an apprentice plumber. Same thing. The kid still had to prove who he was once he got through the door, but the fact is the opportunity was there because the brick was already laid. But all right, yes, Steph had it a little bit easier because of that, but any protege of any child of the adult going into that trade would. It's not just basketball or, the plumbers union, or, it could be, daughters and mothers as being secretarial or being in industrial situations or engineering or whatever. If you have a parent or you have a person who's gone before you, it does lay the brick, but you still have to prove your own boots. But yes, that does make the path a little bit easier to follow, and we don't do that generationally now because there's just, I want to be out on my own, and on some levels, it makes it harder going into a completely different field than something that you would have done. Now, I will tell you this, my family, we grew up in multiple lines going back. We worked in the sweatshops as a seamstress. I worked there for 2 years. Did it. Do I have the talent to do it? Absolutely. I absolutely friggin' hated it. Was I capable of it? Could I make a living at it? Yeah. Would I have made management? Probably. But I have never found such a boring job in my life. So I chose to go another route. Does that make me any less talented in that field? No, it doesn't. But when I chose to go do something different, there was going to be a challenge. But getting back to the minimum wage, it's all going to be relative to a lot of things. Every time the U.S. government gives out a cost of living wage to whether it's the military, retirees, Social Security, everything across the board goes up for that cost of living. So every time minimum wage is pursued to be raised up, something's got to give. And the other highly affected area, which we haven't even discussed, is small businesses get hugely affected because they can't afford to hire one extra person, even for 20 hours, because of all the extra that goes on top that people don't see. When you have so many employees, you have to acquire insurance. You have to acquire compensation. All these things that we don't see in our paychecks are in an owner. They have to put that in their budget to be able to pay their employee. And if you're paying them $8 an hour and then you're putting on compensation and doing this, by the time you look at what their package is, it's about $16 an hour, but you're not seeing all that. You're getting the $8 an hour wage. Now, the other part of that is what I learned is we're worth 1/3 of whatever we're doing, which means that if I'm making $100 an hour, I have to be putting out $300 worth of effort in order to make that $100. As far as quota goes with most companies, whether it's sales, whether it's restaurants, I mean, if you're making $10 an hour, you got to be doing $30 worth of product work, because they have to balance out your other stuff that you don't see that goes on, taxes and stuff that doesn't go into our paychecks, but small business owners or even corporate owners have to allow into the budget for it, that we as employees don't see. Everything has a cost, and there are no free lunches.
Correct.
And been on the bottom end of it, been on the middle end, been on the top end of it. And the biggest thing that I see with the minimum wage is that people don't want to live within their means. And I don't know if it was prepaid or Mrs. Meat, but they were talking about, you know, going to fast food and seeing the latest iPhone or seeing the latest clothing trend, you know, and then the employee, you know, saying, hey, I'm not making enough money. Well, balance your budget, you'll be able to have a roof over your head, but they'll be $5 sneakers rather than $250 sneakers. You know, it's balancing. You know, people are going after more what they want and then bitching because they don't have it for what they need. In today's society, we need to do what we need first, and the want should be second. But I hear you get other callers coming in, so do you have anything else for me tonight?
No, ma'am, Miss Bill. I think you covered everything.
I try.
All right. Well, I hope you have a good evening. I appreciate you calling. It was an excellent call.
All right. Good night.
All right, have a good evening. Shout out to Miss Bell, not only for the insights and, you know, providing some very good input and kind of some behind the scenes look at it from the employer's perspective, but also for not being a Patriots fan. You know, I can kind of deal with the Saints fan. It is what it is, you know. But shout out to Miss Bell. Yeah, I mean it's super tough, man. It's super tough. What y'all in here talking about? Y'all talking about Haiti babies? Future's a Haiti baby. Yeah. No, and I'm not, but here's my thing is that I'm not knocking anything that Curry did. Again, you have to put in the work. But what I'm saying is Curry is not the most athletic player you've ever seen, not even close, can't even dunk. Wide open, can't dunk. But there are little nuances in the game, and even in the game of life, that you are taught when you have someone who is a master of their craft, and they can pass that along to you so that you can understand it. And that's what I'm saying. He had those advantages from an early age, having a father in the NBA. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we have calling into the den this evening?
Hello, am I on?
Yes. Who we have calling in tonight?
Hey, it's Lockford.
Lockwood, what's the motherfucking deal, Lockwood? Can you cut down what you got in the background? I'm catching the echo from you.
Yeah, I turned it off now.
Okay, I appreciate it. Lockwood, what's on your mind, man? What would you like to share on tonight's topic?
So I'm not a big fan of the minimum wage because I think it actually reduces total jobs if you raise it artificially. But I am in favor of raising wages for low-paid workers. And I was disappointed this last election to see black folks right with white folks and being basically in favor of our illegal workforce, because that's one thing that hurts wages for the low end. If we got rid of however many illegal workers we have, it's probably 20 million. Wages would have to go up. And the other thing, we've exported a lot of jobs. We should try and reverse that. Bernie and Trump were the only 2 out of 22 candidates that talked about that. And the third thing is we should get rid of legal immigration, because everybody's talking about the cost of housing. Well, if you want housing to go up, just keep bringing in more people, because they're not going. People like to talk about there's plenty of land in Kansas for the immigrants, but they don't go to Kansas. They go to Dallas, L.A., New York, etc. They just make our metro areas more crowded and more expensive. So that should end. We got enough people. We're the third most populated country in the world. That's enough people. And so anyway, if we, people like to talk about with the illegal workers, oh, well, no one wants to work in the fields. That's actually a low part of the illegal workforce. It's like 5%, a little under 5%. And if we didn't have an illegal workforce, that job would pay well. They'd have to pay more than $5 or $10 an hour, whatever it pays. It might have to pay $100 an hour to get people to do it. And surprisingly, it wouldn't raise fruit prices that much. The farm labor only is 10% of the cost of an apple at the store. So if you made it 10 times more, you'd only double the price of the apple. I mean, 10 times. You pay the workers 10 times as much, you'd only double the price of an apple. And that would go through the workforce. If you had to pay people $100 an hour to pick apples, you'd have to pay the people at McDonald's more. I mean, it would force these companies to pay their CEOs less and their top middle management and all this stuff. All the guys that have been getting wages rising real fast, real high, they'd have to cut back on those guys and start giving it to the guys at the bottom that have been getting short shrift. The manufacturing wages for a male manufacturing worker, regardless of race, peaked in the 1970s. Now, part of that's due to the unions have been busted a lot, but they also exported all these jobs. So manufacturing workers are actually not they're making less inflation adjusted than they were in the 70s. So anyway, one thing I don't understand is why do black voters not get upset about illegal immigration?
I don't know. I don't know. That is something I found very interesting. I don't think that's necessarily our issue to be taking a stand on, but for some reason, I guess because that party says we got to care about that, then for some reason we care about that. And I'm all for people having a better life, but if it's at the expense of folks who are already here, then we gotta weigh some things out. We got to talk about some things, but people just kind of blindly get behind stuff, and I guess it is. But that's something I've never really understood. I've never really understood that one.
Well, people don't. It's become a thing that they say, well, Republicans, they're against illegal immigration, but they're actually not. This illegal immigration is right in the Republicans' playbook. They can hire some guy from Mexico for a lot less than they can hire an American. So if you notice, the Republicans refuse to build Trump's wall. And Trump and the Republicans never say jack diddly about punishing the people that hire illegal workers. I mean, McDonald's can hire illegal workers, and they know if they get caught, it's going to be a slap on the wrist. I mean, it's against the law. It should be something that we work to stop, or else change the law. But we don't do either. We like having, when I say we, I mean the majority of people, like having an illegal workforce that depresses wages. And then people complain that wages are too low. It doesn't make sense.
Now, I'm going to be honest about one thing. When it comes to illegal immigration, I need my taco trucks. I'm not going to go without the taco trucks. So if that involves having to deport the taco trucks owners, then I'm going to be highly upset about that. Other than that, hey, we'll figure it out.
You don't have to be illegal to have a taco truck, right? There's like a bazillion legal Hispanics in this country that can drive taco trucks.
Yes.
In fact, you could probably be an Eskimo and drive a taco truck. I mean, It's not like you're getting authentic Tijuana or whatever cuisine from a taco truck, right?
Eskimo tacos. That's something interesting. Or I don't know. And I have a special. Where's my heart at? The right side, right hand over your heart. I have a special place in my heart for the Hispanic community. But again, as far as the issue that you're saying and how it gets addressed, I can agree with you on that, though. I can definitely agree with you on that. That it's a problem, it's an issue. Now, I didn't know those numbers, and I appreciate you sharing those numbers. That's something I need to look a little bit more into. Because that's actually extremely interesting, as far as you're talking about the field jobs and things of that nature. So that's definitely news to me.
Yeah, the when people, the illegal. I saw an article. I can't find it anymore, but I wrote down the number one employer of illegal workers is the hotel industry. So I guess that's the people cleaning the rooms. The number two is construction.
Yes.
Construction used to be a very high-paying job. If you were in a bar and you told a woman you were a construction worker, you had it made. That was a big plus.
Man,
I don't know what they make now.
This is a fact. And construction workers still make pretty decent money. But the thing about it, especially like here in Texas, with a lot of these jobs, man, though, they do they do a lot of recommendations, reckoning in people. So that means, knowing somebody that you worked in from another job, because they want to fill these jobs fast and get these contracts going and things like that. And that is something that I noticed heavily. And I'm gonna be honest, a lot of the jobs that I got on were because I have quite a bit of Hispanic friends, some people that I considered family. And, they would get on these gigs, they make good connections, and they rec me in, and I'd get in basically, passing the little basic tests and everything that you got to do. But you get jobs based on the recommendations. They're not really taking in applications, hey, do you know some guys? Can you fill a crew? Absolutely. I got here's a couple of names right here, and they'll call you up. Hey, you've been recommended by such and such. Hey, can you come in? Yeah, okay, cool. And you're getting a job. And I'm be honest, like it is predominantly in the jobs that I work have been predominantly Hispanic. It might be one or two other black. I might be the only one. It might be one or two other ones. And it's not like it's a very Hispanic dominated field, especially down here in Texas.
Do you think they're all legal workers, or some of them illegal?
From having personal conversations with them, I know that they're not all legal. I know for a fact. And some of them have no shame talking about it. It is what it is. I know for a fact. And not to say that they weren't good people, not to say that they weren't hardworking people. They absolutely were, but the thing is they were not all legal. I know for a fact that they weren't.
Well, do you think the law should be enforced, or should we just look the other way when they do that? Or should the law be changed?
I don't know exactly what changes would be made as far as if it's going to how it would impact, but I think that you got to have the folks that are here need to be employed, and I think that's would alleviate a lot of the problems. But again, like I say, I'm a person. I don't want to say, anybody shouldn't go without a job, but I think that if you are here in this country, you're a citizen of this country, you should probably have first access to employment opportunities.
The way I look at it, if they're here illegally, then we got to enforce the law. It's not a good precedent to say we got this national law that affects workers, but we're not going to enforce it because it saves people some money. Maybe your hotel room is like $1 less or something, or your restaurant meal is a little less. It's a bad precedent. If you want Mexicans to be able to come up, then make it unlimited or raise it, make it $5 million a year can come in, whatever. But don't say they can come in illegally. This is my opinion, and we're just going to look the other way because we like having an illegal workforce that we can use to suppress wages. That's what the Republicans wanted. The Democrats can pretend that they love Latin Americans, but they're working for the rich too. They like these low wages too. They used to make some noise, like Harry Reid, and I think Obama has a quote out that he said years ago. They wanted to enforce the law, and now with Trump, they've just gone running the other way. And they can't love the illegal aliens enough. In fact, they're no longer illegal aliens; they're now immigrants. Anyway, that's my whole thing. I can't stand the fact that we don't enforce it. I think it should either be open border, raise it, but don't just allow people to come in illegally and then say, yeah, we're not going to enforce the law.
So, if you don't mind me asking, Lockwood, how do you identify politically?
Okay, so I was a Republican when I was a kid, or young. I'm the son of two Republicans, so I kind of, you kind of go with your family, I think, early on. And then I started to notice I wasn't in agreement with the Republicans on everything. I'm not for a big military. I mean, the whole idea of you set this whole menu of things and then you go along with that doesn't sit well with me. So then I started thinking I should have registered as an independent, and then I hated W. Bush. So I hated him so much that then I went down and actually changed my registration or whatever I had to do. So now I'm independent.
Okay. What was it about Bush that you didn't care for?
Well, the primary thing was the Iraq War. I knew that was a bunch of crap. That I didn't think they had WMDs, and I didn't think that we should be attacking them even if they did. It was not, it was not our place. It was the UN that had made a resolution, so the UN was the one that should take care of it. But the fact that they lied about it and then got reelected, that just drove me nuts.
Okay.
I mean, to this day, people still don't think they lied about it. Well, how can they be 100% sure they have WMDs and they couldn't tell the inspectors? They had UN inspectors in there, and they sent them to like 200 sites. It's not well publicized, but these guys were running around the country and couldn't find anything anywhere. And then Bush kicked them out because they knew they weren't going to find anything, and they still wanted to attack. So we kicked UN inspectors out who couldn't find anything, and then attacked because we claimed they had WMDs that we couldn't find. We were sure they had it, but had no idea where it was, allegedly.
Okay. So is there a particular candidate that you are in favor of that will be, either be getting reelected or will be running this election season?
Well, I mean, my two primary issues, one is I would like to see illegal immigration stop, and even more, I'd like to see legal immigration. So I'm not going to get that from anybody. Trump failed miserably at that. So my second issue would be bringing jobs back. So Sanders used to talk about that. So if he talks about that or anybody else talks about it, I'd lean with them.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Anything else you want to add, Lockwood?
That's it.
Well,
I do have one question.
Okay.
The N-word.
Yes.
I'm kind of confused as to how you use it. It seems like you use it 3 different ways. Does it have like a buried meaning?
Yeah, and again, it can get sketchy. It can be an affectionate term. It could be, and I guess depending on the application of the ending, if it's going to be the A or the ER, it can be an insult or, well, you said 3. Well, I'll see 2 different. I mean, that can be positive or negative, and I think it's the words that are attached to it. What are the 3 ways that you see it?
Well, the first time I heard you use it in the way Chris Rock did, where he says there's black people and then there's blah blah.
Yeah.
The second way is it seems like it just means black people, and then you and Prepaid have used it to refer to people that weren't black.
Yeah.
You referred to that lady that got really beaten badly in somewhere in Jamaican Republic or someplace. She was white, but you called her N-word.
No. Yes, I do that from time to time. It's a. This is hilarious. It gets thrown about so freely on occasion. It's a multi-meaning word. It just has to. It just depends on it's all context, really. I mean, it's all context. So I don't. That's man. That's a tough one. I'm glad you brought this. Like now, I gotta start paying more attention to how I use that. But yeah, I guess I mean it can be a positive. It can be a generalized thing. It can be negative, but it's all context. I mean, it's just. I mean, I guess the depending on the conversation and the actual meaning of it at that time.
All right, just want to let you know, I'm white. You can probably tell, so it's a little confusing.
Okay, that's okay. All right. I mean, it's all good.
All right.
All right. Well, Lockwood, I appreciate your call. I appreciate you sharing your input, man, and thanks for the information. I'm gonna look some of that up about the field works and things. So I thank you for sharing that this evening.
All right. Later.
All right. You have a good one. All right. Shout out to Lockwood, man. Very insightful call. Damn. Man, I call that nigga. Yeah, I be throwing that shit all around, huh? Okay. Well, there's that. Shelly call in, you know. I want to talk to the snapper. You know, what the snapper got to say on this. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to live in a safe neighborhood, female pimp, and I want the future little honchos that are running around to grow up in a safe country. Because you the one committing the crimes, Dan. That's why you don't care. You coming with them. You ride. You drove them. You know, you drove them to commit the crime. You staked out the scene. You know what I'm saying? You giving them the blueprints. You know, look, I got to, you know, it's you know, look, again, very, very interesting. The Den, I love the Den. I love y'all. I love all y'all. Y'all are great people. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the Den this evening? Hello, hello.
Hello.
Yes, yes. Miss Rashida, how are you doing this evening?
What's up? I'm good. I'm Gucci.
Okay. So what are your thoughts on tonight's conversation?
I guess I feel a little different than everybody else.
Okay.
I don't see a problem with raising it.
Okay.
Because people say the price don't go up, this and that. First of all, I'm in Chicago, and Chicago is an expensive city.
Mm-hmm.
And we on the move to raise the wages, you know, up to 15. I think they're like 11 something now. And I don't see the price of things any more expensive than they've been. So I feel like that's just a scare tactic to keep poor people at other poor people, because basically it's just other low income people complaining about prices and everything. Like basically, why hate on somebody else and what they can make with their job? Just worry about your job.
Okay. So you don't see the residual effect of one job raising rates. So like I say, if I don't know, if somebody makes robots, let's say, and they buy parts from a certain company, and that parts company, the nuts and bolts, they pay their employees, you know, $7 an hour to be able to make that. You don't see that. You don't think that it would cause a situation where, you know, the overall price of certain products would go up?
Oh, my name, if you only got 15% on your phone, I suggest you cut it off to my call over and then cut it back on. That's how you can resolve that. Okay, well, the way I look at it is I wouldn't necessarily say raising it across the board. I would say more so for the companies definitely that's making the millions of dollars. It shouldn't be, you know, necessarily for the smaller companies that really can't afford it. Because a lot of big companies buying bulk anyway, so I can't see them having to raise prices so much because they have to pay their workers.
So you don't see that? I mean, you know, you're saying smaller companies, but doesn't that affect the employees of the smaller companies who may just be getting by, maybe having those one or two employees at the rate at which they're paying them, but then, maybe they can't afford to keep that up. You don't think that kind of hinders small business and people who may try to get into entrepreneurship in the future?
How's that? I
Because
said it shouldn't apply to them. I said it should apply to larger companies that can definitely afford it because they're already profitable and making millions of dollars by paying these workers such low wages.
But where's the threshold that you would say, where's the threshold of a smaller company to a larger company where they would have to start paying that?
I mean, it's the same threshold as it is now. We all know what a small company is compared to a larger company.
But right now they're pretty much held to the same kind of standard across the board. But if you start making a minimum wage that's a standard, where does that small business have to start paying that minimum wage?
I mean, we already do that when you consider that the larger companies have to offer certain things compared to smaller companies that don't necessarily have to offer that because they don't have the same amount of employees.
Okay. All right. So you say in Chicago that you're not seeing the outcome. Now, I think someone mentioned, I think a couple of people actually mentioned, I think they were in the Portland area or somewhere else that had actually raised it up. And they said that it impacted within the next few months after raising it up to 15 or so, that apartment rates went up almost 70%. A lot of things that, prices there actually went up. Why do you think it's different in Chicago compared to those places as of right now?
A lot of that shit is just people being greedy. There's no reason for you to have to raise the price of your apartment if you didn't even have to hire anybody. Now, the point of raising the minimum wage is to pay the workers, right? If you run an apartment building, you're not hiring anybody. Why would you have to raise the cost of those of your apartment? Just because you think people are making more now, which is probably why you're doing it.
Okay. Well, what if these apartment people, what if they have, they got to pay their employees more because of the rates that are getting raised? You have maintenance men, you have people working, the front office, etc. You don't think that impacts the rate at which they raise the rates?
They probably wouldn't have a large business, which is what I said that should be affected by the minimum wage. If they have run a small business, they probably wouldn't have to pay their employees more because I wouldn't feel like it should have to apply to them.
Okay, but then doesn't that hurt them in the long run as far as when it comes to trying to find employees after that? So say wouldn't it make it more difficult for them to compete with the larger? But what I'm saying though,
that's why we have a lot of problems we have with these minimum wage workers now. You paying a minimum wage, they want to give you minimum work.
Okay, but what if it's easy jobs? I mean, so why pay them more to do something that is a low barrier of entry, where the threshold of being able to do the job is so low?
If you paying $15 an hour, you gonna still keep those same employees that won't do nothing? No, you're gonna hire better people.
Okay, so now those people out in the street, so those people who are already kind of low quality workers, what happens with them when they're put out of a job and they're out in the street?
That's their option to be put out of a job. If they do what they're supposed to do, they wouldn't be out of a job. I didn't necessarily say they had to be out of a job. I said that more is going to be expected of them at $15 an hour.
Mm-hmm. But so do you think that minimizes jobs? If I have to pay, if I have to double, like I say in Texas, it's only 7-something. So if I'm out in Texas and I have a small restaurant or something like that, where, again, like I said, the margins are low and we're making it and we're trying to grow and we're trying to, develop and increase. And, you have a marketing budget, all these other additional things. And I have to double up what I'm paying my employees, even though waiters and stuff get like a funny pay. But I have to double up what I'm paying my employees. So doesn't that actually have like less jobs available? Because now I can only afford to pay one, whereas I used to be able to afford to pay two people.
You keep changing what I said. I said smaller companies.
But how do you set the standard? But I need you to define the difference, because what is the price? How much is this company making a year that defines them being small compared to big? But then if they don't have to pay that minimum wage, they lose out to the bigger company that can offer more. So that stagnates them still. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, where's the threshold where this company wouldn't have to pay as much as the other business?
I mean, the threshold would be, let's say you have over 10, not more than that. I don't know, but if your company is not that profitable and you already not paying your workers a living wage, then that's something that you need to work on. You need to get your sales up. Or you need to cut back on your workforce anyway, because you ain't got it to pay people.
But how do you get to that point if you don't have people to help out with certain jobs? Because it's hard to be a person of many hats, and you're trying to bring something new to a company. Should it be an age
maybe
limit?
you should close your company and go work for somebody else if you don't know how to run a company and get your sales to where they need to be.
I don't know. I think that's tough because there's a lot of major companies now. I forgot how many Coke sold at the first year or two of their existence. They didn't do very well, but because they stayed persistent, now they became big companies. So I can't necessarily agree with that. But what I'm saying is, okay, if you are the smaller business, well, and you don't have to necessarily compete and pay the same level as these other businesses. Maybe you're not getting the best people to promote or to do these jobs, but then it's difficult for you to, if you have to manage, you have to clean your business. Let's just say a restaurant, because it's easier to look at it like that. So say you have to cook the food, serve the food, take the payments, it's an open, close, clean, do all these things. Should there be an age limit where you have to start paying minimum wage? Should it start at say 18? So if younger people want to work, then maybe they get a lesser pay, and then when they turn 18, that could be a standard payment?
No, why should age have anything to do with if you're doing a job?
Because the younger they are, the less likely they have adequate skills, and that's not always true across the board. But what I'm saying is, how do small businesses rise? Because we complain about all these big corporations this and big corporations that, but if we start implementing these kind of things, then small businesses go out of business because they can't necessarily compete or pay their employees or afford to pay that minimum wage or whatever it is.
Where you get your family to work for you for free then? Because nobody can just do you a favor and work for you, and they can't make their own ends meet. It's not just about you making your ends meet. They have to be able to survive and make their ends meet in their household too.
Okay. So you think $15 is enough?
I mean, in some places it's gonna be enough, in some places it's not gonna be enough. It just depends on where you at. But the cost of living is going up everywhere. So.
Okay. Because what I'm noticing is that where these things have been implemented are these very expensive cities to live in, and so I wonder if people have a different view in those cities compared to other places. You go look at San Francisco, and I think San Francisco, they have like a $15 an hour wage or something like that. But then they have some of the highest homelessness in the country. New York and LA too. They all have these higher prices, but then you still have a lot more homeless people than in a lot of these other locations. So is the minimum wage really helping people out?
Well, when you live in a place that expensive, $15 an hour, shit, nah, that ain't really helping nobody. But if you in a less expensive city, then it definitely will help.
Okay. So what about the people who will say are already making $15 an hour, and then you bump the minimum wage up? Do you have to supplement their pay also?
Well, that's between them and their employer. I don't know.
So you don't think they deserve it if they're working a more skilled job or doing a more skilled craft or whatever it is, that if people who are doing the bare minimum of work are getting paid $15 an hour, don't they? I mean, it's almost automatic that they deserve a bump. You don't feel that way?
Like I said, it's not my company. They gotta take that up with their company.
Okay. So why, if that's the case, then why is it that those who are doing the minimum wage, what can they do to supplement their own income? Why isn't it their responsibility to go find a job that just pays more?
If they're not happy with the $15 an hour at their job, then they can go find another job. Just like they tell the minimum wage workers, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. But what I'm saying is the minimum wage workers now who are getting paid across the country, not just Chicago where they're getting 15 or whatever, or working their way to 15. But what about the people who are unhappy now? The people who are walking out at McDonald's and wanting $15 an hour? Why couldn't they just go find another job? Why couldn't they handle this shit themselves?
What did you say now?
So why couldn't the people who are not making $15 an hour, who are working minimum wage right now and that are unhappy about it, why can't they go find a better situation?
They can, and they should.
Okay. All right. So even people who are, let's say, we mentioned earlier about people like I don't know if you've ever dealt with this situation, but a lot of people cannot handle change. We see it all the time, especially some of these younger folks. So people who lack all the skills, what options are there for them?
If they lack skills, I mean, they don't have that much of a choice in what kind of job they get anyway.
But they deserve $15 an hour for whatever job they do?
That's not for me to decide. That's for the company to decide.
Okay.
But they obviously, a lot of these big companies can't afford to pay it if they raking in millions of dollars profit. Why do the cuts have to be at the bottom? The cuts can come from the top. They don't always have to cut from the bottom on the people that can least afford it.
But aren't the people at the top the ones who have to put these people in position to have these opportunities to work, to do these things? That they have the most responsibility. The people at the bottom really have, again, like I said, they're at the bottom of the pyramid. They're handling the least amount of responsibility for the company. They can be replaced much easier.
Where do the profits come from?
But they can be replaced easily, right?
It comes from the service that the people at the bottom do, not the people at the top.
Okay, but they would not have.
If the people at the bottom, if the people at the bottom wasn't serving the customers and fulfilling the orders and everything, then you couldn't have profits now, could you?
But what I'm saying is, would they have an opportunity to even work that if the people at the top didn't create that job?
Okay, you create the job, and you should also pay people for what they do.
But if they're not doing anything difficult, why should they get paid more?
How they not doing anything if they making your company profitable?
Okay. So you feel that a person who's working the cash register at Mickey D's should get paid the equivalent of somebody who can walk in and just push a couple of buttons and do the exact same thing without any training or anything of that nature?
They take the orders and they fix the orders. They don't just press buttons on the cash on the thing.
No, one person takes the orders, another person fixes the order. So I think that you said.
No, sometimes the same person fix the order and take the order.
Okay. Well, I don't know how that would be run. I'm telling y'all from when I was working there.
When the last time you been in there?
Okay. Well, last time I was working there myself, and the way it was ran
right,
was
that was
a few
like
years
20
ago.
years ago.
That was not 20 years ago. I caught a case a few years back, and so immediately after that, when I had to find employment, it was a few years ago, but not much had changed. So again, my first day, in a few minutes, I learned how to operate everything that was going on. It's not a difficult job. And if I can learn it in a few minutes, a couple of hours to know the ins and outs of everything there, then there's not that much risk, there's not that much responsibility. And so what I'm saying is, okay, those who do everything should get paid that 15. But the majority of them are not doing everything. The majority of the restaurants you go into, fast food, somebody's handling the counter because you want somebody to be there as soon as the customer walks in. Then you have people in the back who are receiving the order. They're making it and passing it to the front. And it kind of goes like the person at the front might go get your drink or something if everything is slow. But for the most part, you have a person assigned to each place. You got one person working the drive-through. Now, if you're talking about late night, it'd be one super motherfucker who does everything. They taking the orders, they, making the food, they doing all that shit. And they should be paid more, definitely. But what I'm saying is a person's main responsibility is to work their cash register. And a customer can come in and do the same thing that they're doing without any training. You really think that deserves $15 an hour?
I already answered that question.
But okay. But I don't know. I mean, to me, that's tough. I find that tough because, like I said, I was working a job, the actual job that motherfuckers was walking out on claiming, and I didn't feel like it deserved $15 an hour. I mean, I just like it didn't make sense to me because, again, like I say, of all the jobs and employment opportunities I've had, that was probably the easiest one, and to me it just wasn't worth it. Like what I was making was what I deserved because there was no effort, no brain power, no anything necessary to do it. I mean, you could be the Walking Dead. Motherfuckers coming there all fucked up and everything. You gonna work just fine because it requires no real effort to execute on pushing some buttons. There's all pictures on the register, and so like I say, I just can't see it. That's why I'm inquiring. It's a unskilled labor job, and so I don't see that deserving $15 an hour. You know, that's why it's tough to me. But do you feel like jobs should have to pay a living wage? So even if you're just working a bottom of the barrel job, it should be enough to cover all your expenses in life?
I'm sorry, what you say?
So I said, even if you're working just a bottom of the barrel job, it should be enough to cover your cost of living. So it should be able to cover everything, every necessity that you need in life.
Of course it's not. You probably gonna have to work more hours than other people, but you know.
So after getting, making $15 an hour, so should these people get, overtime and stuff? Should they make? Because a lot of these companies, they don't do it now. They make sure that these people are capped at 39 hours, maybe a little over 39, but they make sure they don't get 40 hours. So you think that people will allow them to work overtime and things like that at the $15 an hour wage?
Well, all I'm saying is that's up to the company to decide what they pay the worker. So if people don't like it, I mean, it's too bad. If you don't want the minimum wage to go up, it's too bad. That's all I can say.
Okay. So do you blame companies for finding ways to automate or replace human workers with robots or something like that? Like
No, that's their right too. They in it to make money, just like the people that's working, they in it to make money. Everybody in it to make money.
Okay.
But I don't feel like it's anybody's right to tell somebody what they can afford, what they should make doing the job they do. I mean, suppose McDonald's start paying their employees $15 an hour. I mean, that would be on them. If they wasn't forced to do it, if they just decided to do it across the board.
But see, what I think a lot of people are looking at this though, like McDonald's just owns everything. Yes, you have to pay certain things to McDonald's to use their brand, and but a lot of these McDonald's are independently owned, so they in themselves are not billion-dollar companies. A lot of these, again, like I say, have low margins. These are owned by individuals, and yeah, they're making money, but they might be making 20, 30 cents a burger, honestly, but it's the volume in which they're selling that they make their money because of the volume that's getting put out. And that might be a little bit more than that, but the volume that's getting put out is what's making them money. So you don't think in the long term that if they have to double that up or they have to increase that it's going to raise the prices of fast food and maybe in the long term hinder the business?
I mean, how much lower quality food can they give you?
I mean, that's the other option, that they can find ways to give you more fake food so they can maintain those prices, or they raise the prices on the food. If they're going to pay.
I mean, a lot of people. I mean, if they have to raise the prices, then why would they have to really raise the prices if they are already that profitable?
But that's not very much profit. What I'm saying is, if I double the income of all my employees and I'm only making 20 or 30 cents on the burger, then that's eating significantly into the margins that I'm getting off each burger. So I'm going to be making way less, even though I'm providing an opportunity for these people to have jobs and take care of their business or whatever else it may be. But then now it's eating into my profit. So I'm not making as much, and I'm still having to pay taxes. I still have to cover all these other things. I'm covering much more responsibility than the people that are working for me. You might have.
But didn't you already say they going automated? So
okay, but what I'm saying is,
why would they have to be paying another worker that much money?
But if you want everybody to get the minimum wage, so either people are getting fired or people are getting pay raises in the job, the company has to take the loss. So which one do you think is more likely going to happen?
Well, I mean, automation is going to replace a lot of jobs anyway, so really arguing over minimum wage don't even make too much sense anyway.
Okay. Good night, Miss Shannon. Good night, Miss K. Grace. Y'all have a good evening. Thank y'all for coming. Okay.
Once they get the robots back there cooking the food, I mean, ain't gonna be no need for no employees. So you can just go through the drive-thru, key in your order, and the robot cook your food, and you on your way.
So would the wisest thing of all, instead of, people fussing and getting upset and walking out of jobs about minimum wage, would the wisest thing be for people to, either educate themselves or develop a trade or maybe start their own business? Or what do you think would be a smarter thing instead of, complaining about minimum wage, knowing that automation is on the way?
But we already losing jobs to automation. So
but what is the solution for people to do then? If they're gonna lose their job anyway, so what would be the smarter thing to do? Instead of complaining about minimum wage, what's a better option?
Well, while they have the job, I mean, they can complain if they want to. That don't mean it's gonna happen. Instead of getting the minimum wage, they got robots instead.
So are they
the only thing they can do is find another job.
So are they basically,
or go back to school or whatever.
so they're basically firing themselves? Do you think that?
It was gonna happen anyway, whether they wanted $15 or not, because the minimum wage was getting minimum service. They get the orders wrong, and I mean, it's just bad attitudes, So a lot of people like the automated system.
Interesting.
Because I like the automated system too.
So you setting them up for failure. You tell them to go get the money, and they finna get fired. You gonna get the robot because that's what you really want.
I like robots. Ain't shit wrong with the robots. The robots don't give you no attitude, don't look at you crazy, all that. I'm cool with that.
Okay, so those people, I mean, and you see that across the board in a lot of places. So should those people get raised? Those attitude having, bad customer service having?
No, what I'm hoping they would happen is they would get rid of those people and hire some better people. Now those people can go back to school and try to do something else with themselves. That's what I'm hoping.
Okay.
No, I don't think like the ones that I see working there now, doing a minimum wage job at the fast food place. No, I don't think they deserve $15. But if the $15 is gonna bring in better customers, better workers, then I'm for that.
See, maybe they just need to all raise their standards like Chick-fil-A. Because I know them Chick-fil-A, I know they ain't getting $15 out. Chick-fil-A,
never had a bad experience there.
Mm-hmm. Chick-fil-A got standards, goddammit. Okay.
But then again, I think they do pay a little bit more than the average fast food place.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I have to look into that. I don't know how Chick-fil-A necessarily what their pay scale is, but they are damn good quality.
Exactly, quality food and quality customer service, and that's what most of the fast food places should try to strive for.
Yeah. What's up, man? K? What's the motherfucking deal? Ali, I agree. You can talk about they bias all they want, but they when it comes to fast food, there's no competition when it comes to Chick-fil-A. Motherfuckers just mad because they ain't celebrating whatever crazy beliefs they got. They just want everybody to be on the wild shit bandwagon. But
if they were paying their employees more, then that would kind of explain the attitude difference.
Okay. Man, look, let me tell you.
Because let's be real. When you go on your job and you know you make a little money, then you're going to be a little happier than if you barely make ends meet with what you get. So, but I'm going to have to look into that because I'm not for sure, but I think they do.
Okay. I'm going to have to look into that. Nah, Miss Shelly, you gonna stay on here too long.
McDonald's, sometimes they look at you like, why are you there?
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, interesting. Yeah, McDonald's, them motherfuckers got no rules. Can you
And
breathe?
you know they pay their employees shit. When they say minimum wage, if they could pay them less, they'll pay them less. And it shows in the quality of the customer service you get.
Okay. Okay. All right. So
And
when
they try to come in there before closing.
oh no. But see, that's the thing. Like that's how you know Chick-fil-A legit though, because I didn't stay at Chick-fil-A. By 5 minutes before they finna shut down, they still just as happy. They still certified with it. But you go to anywhere else, nah, they closed everything already put up, shut down. Them motherfuckers closed before they supposed to be closed. They might as well put they close at 11:45 or some shit. Y'all supposed to be closed at midnight. Motherfuckers be hiding in the back like they hear the little noise for the drive through or whatever. Motherfuckers be doing some other shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's wild. See, that's why I know you artificial female pimp. You don't even know about Chick-fil-A. I can't trust nothing you say. Nothing. I don't even want to hear you speak no more. Okay. Well, Ms. Rashid, anything else you would like to add to the argument? Do you have any thoughts on student loans or anything like that? So some of the discussions that we had earlier.
I mean, as far as that goes, hey, if they want to pay all people's student loans, I don't see a problem with it. I doubt y'all ever gonna see them reparation checks. So.
Do you think that is a tool that some of these politicians are using to get attention and votes?
Yeah, but I don't know who they think they fooling.
Yeah, some people is really buying into it. But my thing with that is, like I said, I think it's just they're having these conversations about it. Like I say, they're doing things to generate interest. I really don't believe it. I don't believe it's happening. But what do you think would happen?
The money has to come from somewhere. It ain't gonna come from the sky.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think would happen though if they said, if you woke up tomorrow and they said we're mailing out reparations checks? What do you honestly think that would happen? What benefit do you think that would really have for the black community? Do you think their lives would automatically be better, or do you think they would just do like they do with these tax checks?
Hell, we're gonna have a barbecue and shit,
We have a cookout. We're gonna finally have that cookout everybody invited to. That's tough.
Oh yeah, Alec, I heard about the about the gay people getting the reparation checks. They got to wait their turn, shit. Y'all ain't got money for the black people, then where the hell this extra money coming from for the gay people?
Look, hey, if the gay people getting their checks first, I guess I got to be gay for a day. Look, hey, you go, girl. Why we looking like old buddy? What's old buddy? And what was that shit from In Living Color?
But you know what? I think instead of the reparations, paying off student loans would be better, actually.
And I agree. Now I think that instead of reparations, I agree.
I would take that over a reparation check. That shit gonna be gone.
Yeah, I've seen. Yeah, they trying to talk about gay reparations because some countries have actually given like gay reparations and things like that. But now that's something I've seen people mention, and I think that makes a lot more sense. They were talking about student loan forgiveness in that aspect and college education, like making it easier to get into to college. Now that makes a lot more sense. Now, hey, we'll give you an opportunity to better yourself for the long term, as opposed to just giving you some money so you can blow it. And again, Jordan waiting on them reparation checks like a motherfucker. He gonna have some, look, whatever reparation day is, Jordan gonna have some new J's. They're gonna have reparation written on the bottom of them. They're gonna be exclusive. They're gonna be about $1,000 a pop. Niggas gonna get them hoes. But my thing is, I agree more with the college aspect of it as opposed to, just giving out a bunch of checks. Go give it to the people who really gonna do something with it. You know what I'm saying? And you actually have
Hey, Lady Listen, how you doing?
Lady Listen be plexing.
Girl, don't read them comments in the chat. I see all the bullshit they talking about me. I don't give a shit, though. I just been ignoring them. Cause I got my opinion, and that's my opinion. I don't give a shit what nobody got to say. You ain't got to like my opinion. I don't give a shit.
Oh yeah,
Now.
you do. You gonna give a shit what I think? Goddamn. I'm a slide down the shot
Prepaid,
time.
ain't nobody jumped on you. You been saying your little slick shit too about my conversation. I caught on to that too.
Now I don't know, man. Now Rashida, I sincerely believe you a gangster. You certified, but somebody said they pulled up in Chi-Town and Rashida ain't wanna come outside. I ain't gonna say nothing.
You know what? That person wasn't doing nothing but capping because they got my number. If they had wanted to be if they could have called me. They ain't do nothing. They was just on some fun shit. And that's it. You gonna move along from that.
They were doing it for the clout. Okay.
Yeah, trying to stunt for the demon. That's all.
Okay. So that's very interesting. Oh snap. Okay. So okay. Now, like I said, I think we could agree on that. I agree with the more the collegiate aspect. So if you really want to do something yourself, you got to go get a real fucking degree. It can't be no underwater basket weaving shit. Like you got to go do something legit. I don't think as many folks would be on that train.
You know what, Savage Donald Trump? Your ugly ass don't never call in, but you got something to say on every call. Why don't you call in and give us your opinion on something? Instead of sitting your fat ass in the chat, just talking shit and eating Doritos. Shut the hell up.
But what flavor Doritos?
Cool Ranch, because he a lame ass.
Hold on. We ain't gonna be insulting the Cool Ranch out there. Like Cool Ranch legit now. Hold on. Let's leave the Cool Ranch out. That's the livest Doritos. So hold on, man. Yeah, we don't want to get the Dorito conversation started. Look, we gonna leave Cool Ranch out of this.
Well, that's my call. I'm about time anyway, so I'm tired of reading these people. They don't know how to disagree with your comment without trying to attack you. I'm gonna let somebody else call in. Maybe they'll agree with the group, so everybody can say, "Oh, that's a great comment."
Okay, Ms. Rashida. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, but I appreciate your call. Even though I may not agree with you on all of what you were feeling, but I definitely appreciate your call and sharing a different opinion than what most of the callers have shared.
All right, take care.
All right, you too. Have a good evening.
You too.
Okay. Okay. Well, when it comes to that reparation thing, I see that the collegiate thing. That's something I've seen being thrown around. That's something I would lean more towards as opposed to just throwing checks out everywhere. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Ashley.
Ashley, how are you doing this evening, Ashley?
I'm fine. How are you?
Well, I am excellent. Life is good. What are your feelings on tonight's topic?
I don't think they deserve $15 an hour.
Why not?
Because that just drives up the cost of everything. Like, especially, like, not just with fast food workers, but, like, with childcare workers and caregivers. Like, those are jobs that are needed. Like, you don't have to eat fast food, but you're going to have childcare and you're going to have caregivers. And if they get paid, like, $15 an hour, like, that's going to be way too much.
Yeah, daycare is already expensive.
It's expensive, but technically they only get about $5 an hour per kid. Like, it's not that much. But if I have to pay, with licensing laws, if I have to have 7 people here, or, and I'm paying them $15 an hour and I only have a little bit of kids, like, that's not going to work. And I'm going to charge you a lot just for that.
Okay. So what do you think is the proper solution for the people who are wanting more money out there? Do you think they need to be better educated? Do they just need to find another form of employment? Or should companies have to pay a livable wage?
I mean, I don't think that minimum wage jobs are necessarily for a livable wage. That's not what they're for. So, I mean, I don't, like, just as a small business owner, I no, I would never ever want to pay somebody $15 an hour at all.
Okay. So if you were to have to, if that was forced upon you, would that run you out of business, or would it make it hard for you to sustain? Like, how would that impact you as a small business owner?
If I had to pay $15 an hour, that would impact me greatly. I'd have to physically work myself, which I don't want to do that.
Okay. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Allocate the responsibilities and delegate and profit. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. So what is the solution? And for say people who live in some of these more expensive cities, like San Francisco and LA, all of California, essentially. Like what can people do? What do you think they should do for themselves?
I mean, I don't know what they could do out there, but I just know the cost of living is way too high. Like where I'm at, companies over 200 are already paying $15 an hour. So, I mean, it really just messed up everything.
So
everything seems a lot.
So you've seen your expenses go up with your day-to-day purchases?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Okay. What was the first thing that you noticed once they kind of implemented the $15 an hour situation? What's the first thing you noticed that went up?
Basically, like goods and services. Like I don't know, like because my business or the business that I have, like I have to buy a lot of food, so that went up a lot, and I can tell that from that. Yeah, that was like a big part of it. And basically just like housing costs, like, water, sewer, trash, and stuff like that. That kind of went up a little bit.
Okay.
And then contractors, they obviously want more money, so then that drives down, the cost that you'll have to bear.
Okay. So did it have when they raised those rates, did it ever make you consider maybe relocating, or you just felt like you kind of had to deal with it?
No, because I'll deal with it because the business is pretty sustainable. It's not going away, so that's not an issue. But the issue would be getting clients and what they would be paying, and then people that work there. Like if I'm paying $30, because I have 2 employees, so I would have to take $30 an hour, 24 hours a day. That's not sustainable.
Okay. Boy, that's tough. Yeah, that's a significant amount.
Yeah.
So what about like insurance or anything like that? Is that something that they forced on you, or is that something you have to deal with?
We already had to have insurance, or no, not insurance for the employees. So no, that's not. Because it's a small business, so technically it doesn't have to be at $15 now, but it's in a few years. I think in a few years all businesses do.
Okay.
But right now it's just businesses over 200, and then in certain cities.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Okay. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to bring back that entrepreneur conversation again, so maybe you can chime in on that when we do that again. I don't know. I mean, what are your thoughts on the school loans? That's something we discussed a little bit. How do you feel about that?
What about school loans?
Do you think that something should be done to eradicate school loans? Apparently, Bernie said that he was going to wipe out school loans, or should people be committed to paying the school loans that they signed up for?
It would be a good thing if they did. I mean, of course, everybody wants their school loans wiped out. But I think it would make like the market less competitive if everyone had like a free go around at doing whatever they want. Like, I don't know. I think that would just saturate the market with some people or some jobs.
Interesting.
And then it's like, who's going to pay all these people if they don't make money from loans?
That's interesting. I don't know. Yeah, if they have some money, so that maybe they can do some different things in their lives, or if they get a job, because there's a lot of people out there getting degrees and not even either not working in the field in which they got a degree or not working at all. So there's a lot of people who got bullshit degrees and things like that too. So I think some people it would benefit. Some people would probably still be in a similar situation.
They would benefit, but like people, like you need desperate workers, and I hate to say it like that, but you do need somebody that has like somebody that has a responsibility, like kids and a family, like you need, and somebody that has debt and they have to work. Those are the type of workers you need. Because they'll usually show up and do the job right because they don't want to be fired.
Yeah. Okay. What's going on outside? Sounds like somebody fell off the map out there. I don't know what's going down. Okay. So what is there a particular candidate that you're looking, that you're planning on voting for? Are you a Trump supporter, or is there a Democratic candidate that has caught your interest in this election season?
Yeah, I'm not a Trump supporter. I mean, even though I'm a Republican, but I'm not a Trump supporter. No.
Okay. So do you think that would you be voting for Trump though, or are you just gonna kind of stay out of the election? What are your thoughts?
I know I'm definitely not voting for Trump. I'll probably vote in the local elections, but I don't know. I'll probably vote Democrat, but I think he's not. It wasn't what I was expecting. Not that I was expecting too much, but.
Okay. Is there a certain thing or that he has done or not done that kind of disappointed you, or what about it that you didn't that you don't care for?
I mean, like, I just really thought, like, I think that just this homosexual agenda, I thought it would be more strict on it. Like, I don't know. I just think they're out of control.
Okay. Do you think they should be put in concentration camps?
No, nobody should be in a concentration camp.
Let me stop.
No.
Well, that's the end of the Den channel, y'all. I hope y'all enjoyed it. I probably shouldn't have said that, but that's what happened. I'll fuck with y'all. Okay. So you think that he should have done more about that? How do you feel about the wall?
I mean, I really I think, I don't know, the way I feel about immigration, I think people should be able to come here, but I don't think you should be able to I mean, there's a way, there's laws, you have to fill out paperwork and you have to wait. I don't think you should just say oh, well, I want to, cross the border just because my family isn't safe or I'm hungry. That's not just paperwork to fill out. Sorry, all that's going on, but you still should follow the rules. Why do you think your situation's any different than a homeless American who's not safe and is living on the street?
Very interesting. Dang, I had another thought and it slipped my mind. Flippity flap. Damn it. That's why I hate the chat. I hate the chat because I get distracted. So you say so you're not so much for the illegal immigration, but so that there should be a procedure that they should follow. What do you think?
There is a procedure. I don't think they should just follow their heart and cross the border. That's crazy.
Who do you think that they should send them back?
What's that?
So do you think they should send them back to wherever they came from?
Yeah, I mean, what else would they do with them? I don't think they should be locking them up. Then there's a cost to that too.
Look, Look, yeah, Heidi, send me back to Africa. I'm finna go find what was that chick, that picture, Achimba, whatever. Look, yeah, send me. I'm finna go. That's the first thing I'm gonna do. Y'all send me back to Africa. I'm finna find out what she had. Y'all said Ghana. I'm going to Ghana. Goddamn. Let me stop. Okay. So you think the best solution, but I mean, what can they do in your opinion to, like, you know, minimize those that are crossable? Because if you send them back, then, you know, they're gonna be like, fuck it, I'm on my way back. I'm just gonna start the journey all over again. I said, so if they send them back, I mean, what can they do to prevent them from re-entering? I mean, because they're just going to start the journey all over again, right?
Right. I don't. Then they would risk getting locked up and separated from their family. I think that's a deterrent, but I don't know. I don't think a wall would be the greatest solution, especially since, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of Mexican illegals, but there's also people from other countries that have overstayed their visas and aren't working or aren't paying taxes.
Okay. So how do you feel they should handle these jobs that are hiring illegal workers?
I mean, I don't. They should probably figure out a way for them to pay taxes. But I honestly, I couldn't picture like a white or a black person picking cherries and shit for hours in the hot sun and doing it at a cost-effective pace. I couldn't picture that.
Yeah, I couldn't picture. I pop them, but I can't pick them. All right. So someone asked, how do you feel about the Democratic obstruction of Trump? Do you think that's hindering him from being able to do more?
Well, what is he doing? Like, he's going to build a wall that'll probably contracted billions of dollars to his friends and family. Like, how does that help Americans?
Hey, I mean, if they hiring to build that wall, you know, I'm on the way. Look, I'll be out there. What y'all paying? Y'all paying good? We getting per diem? You know, shit, I'm out there.
Oh goodness, there'll be weak spots all around that border wall.
So what you saying? I can't build a wall? Is that what you're saying? You see that I don't have the ability to put up a firm foundation? Is that what you're trying to say?
I find it interesting that you think you could, but okay.
Wow, I am slightly insulted, a little bit, not too much, just a little bit. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't necessarily know what to add. Is there something that you would like to add? Some additional input that you would like to put in on the topic that I haven't asked you about?
No, just basically, I don't know. I mean, I just think minimum wage should never be $15 an hour. That's crazy.
Okay. I agree. I think that it does impact. It has more of a negative impact than it does a benefit, in my opinion. Okay. Let me see. Let me see if I can scour my brain for any other inquiries. I don't think I have anything. I think that's all I got.
That's all I have.
Miss Ashley, I appreciate you calling in, and I appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us this evening. And if I wanted to hire your small business, how can I use your services?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I like to support small business. You know, is there a way to make that possible?
It's like a caring business, or like a healthcare business.
I need some health care, so send them down to H-Town.
Right.
Yeah, I hurt my foot, so I need some health care.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so yeah. Okay, all right. Well, that's what's happening. Well, that's what's up, though. That's what's up. But I'm glad you are a small business owner. So salute to you. That is, I don't know if I guess that's the American dream, something like that. But I appreciate you calling in this evening, Miss Ashley.
All right. Thank you.
All right. You have a good evening.
Thank you.
All right. Look, you see, I'm gonna go get hurt. I'm finna go wherever Miss Ashley at. Trying to give me a whole 35 seconds. What y'all talking about? Let me stop. Okay. Okay. You know what I think? Like I said, I think the Democrats are more concerned with it appearing to be a monument to Trump than the effectiveness of it all. I don't even think they care if it would be 100% effective. They just don't want to see a Trump being successful if that was the case. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
What's going on, Honcho? It's morning time now, man.
Yeah, shit, you ain't lying. You're absolutely right. Like, I don't get lost in the sauce. What's on your mind, man? How you feeling this evening or this morning?
Oh,
whatever
man.
time it is.
Well, I was calling because I saw the name of the show, thing about minimum wage, and right when I at first joined in, I think that was Miss Rashida was talking about some people, stank attitudes and things like that. So the little bit that I heard of what she was saying, I agree with her 100%. It's like people do have like these attitude issues, and companies are getting tired of it. So that's the reason why a lot of companies are going to these kiosks. Whether we want to admit that or not, think about it. They're getting tired of the bad service that's costing them money. So they say, okay, I'll spend however much, a few $1,000s on getting this machine here, and this machine will help me out with my business. You ain't got to worry about call-offs. They ain't got to worry about you getting sick. They ain't got to worry about you getting hurt, nothing like that. Every now and then, like maybe, I don't know, I'm just guesstimate, I'm going to say about once every 2 or 3 years, they might have to do a little bit of repair on those machines, which ain't going to cost them that much. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of these businesses are, benefiting from that. So just think about it. First, back in the day, if you went to the bank, there was no such thing as an ATM. So just think about it, you know what I'm saying? I've been victim of bad customer service in a lot of places I go to, so I agree with it, but then I don't agree with it because it is taking away jobs from those people that really do want to work. So like that old saying goes, that all it takes is one bad person to mess it up for everybody, and that's just how it goes. It sucks, but that's how it goes. And I know when I first started, my very first job working for us, the minimum wage for me was $4.25. I mean, that's showing how old I am, but that was minimum wage for me.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? But hey, it is what it is these days. So the little bit I heard Ms. Rashida was saying, I 100% agree with her. It sucks, man, but that's what it is.
Okay. So you think that these places should raise up the minimum wage to $15 an hour?
Well, I'm gonna put it to you like this here. It was a few years ago, Walmart did that. They raised up. They even put out commercials, how they increased their pay, taking care of their employees. But then guess what? So a lot of these Walmarts, they're not open 24 hours anymore. So it's like, they're doing that. So it's like, what are you even doing it for? You see what I'm saying? So you like, yeah, they're gonna get what they want, but you're not giving the customers basically what they want. Because sometimes, like right now, I just got off work right when I first joined the show, and a lot of times my wife would tell me, "Hey, when you get off, stop by Walmart, get this and that, get this and that." You know what I'm saying? And I can't, because they're not open 24 hours anymore. Well, there's one that's open 24 hours, but it's way past my house. So, you know what I'm saying? So it's one of those things to where I get it, but then I think it sucks. So, it's one of those things that, I know that kind of don't make no sense, but, to kind of get what I'm saying there.
Okay. No, I get you. Okay. So do you think that when these places that are actually upping the minimum wage, that does it have a negative impact on the economy?
You know what? I'll put it like this here. When they do up minimum wage, if you notice every time minimum wage goes up, the price of everything goes up. So it's like, what's the point? You know what I'm saying? We still paying, all you're doing is just bragging and saying you're getting paid $15, $20 an hour, but minimum wage is going up, so it's like, it ain't really doing no good when minimum wage goes up, the cost of living goes up. You see what I'm saying? So it's just one of those type of things to where, it's like there's no you're not winning. You're winning, then you're losing. Put it like that. So it's like it's a minimum ground. You know, so because people talk about, well, you got to pay for inflation. Well, the cost of sugar is going to, now they got sugar taxes. They got, and you know, there's sugar in everything.
Yeah.
There ain't no way you can do without sugar. You know what I'm saying? In everything. You know, you might think you'd be drinking a bottle of Aquafina water. I tell you right now, go look on the Aquafina website. Look at the ingredients. I forgot what they call it, but anyway, you'll see it's a little bit of sugar in there. You know what I'm saying? So the cost of everything is going up. The cost of plastic, the cost of aluminum, everything is going up. So it's like, what's the point? That's how I see it.
Okay. I had another question that I saw. It was it slipped my mind, damn it.
Okay.
Shit. Hold on, give me a second. Let me think. I know I got it. It's right there. It's like right there in the corner of my brain. Let me get into that. Let me access that room real quick. Okay. So you say, you know, everything goes up, and you know, with the cost of living and everything else with that. And I mean, you out there in the C state. You know, I heard that they've implemented or Boulder's one of the more expensive cities to live. Have you seen anything like that? Are they trying to do anything like that as far as raising the minimum wage out that way?
Oh yeah, they raise minimum wage, but like I said, I can already see the cost of buying a house went up, the cost of rent, the cost of a lot of things have already went up. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying right there. So it's like when they raise minimum wage, people are raising the prices of their apartments or their houses that was already at a set price. And once they see that minimum wage go up, they can get more money, so they're gonna raise these prices up. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a win-lose situation, I guess you could say. So you know, you're winning because you're getting more money, but then you're losing because you're gonna dish out more money. So you ain't really you know winning in this situation. You know what I'm saying? So because the most expensive place, as far as I can think of, the most expensive place to live in Colorado is Boulder, then Denver, and I really don't see what's the point on it. So, and I see how they talking about put a cap on prices. You know what? A lot of people do that. A lot of other countries do that, but you know, America is greedy, so you can forget that. America's greedy.
That cap gonna cap you out, all right.
Yeah.
It's gonna be it'll be a tough situation.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about, because we briefly mentioned some earlier calls about student loans and student loan forgiveness. Bernie Sanders is pledging to, you know, have a plan where he could, you know, pay off well, people who have student loans, these outrageous student loans, wouldn't have to pay them back, you know, basically be forgiven for that. Do you think that's a good idea?
That's a good one. You know, I would say yes and no, and let me explain what I mean. Yeah, I think it's a good thing for those that go to college that's trying to be successful in life, trying to do some things so they won't, you know, just be in debt for a long time before they start doing certain things. So, yes. But then, if you're a business, that's a no. Because, hey, what if that's your business? You know what I'm saying? You know, you don't want that loan to, you know, I'm giving you $1,000, but then you don't have to give me my money back. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of those type of things to where I can understand it, but then again, if you look at it a certain way, it won't, you know what I'm saying? It won't be the right thing to do because, and then if you look at it like that, people are going to say, okay, well, don't have to pay no student loans, so they might end up going back to raising up the prices of certain things as well too. See what I'm saying? People gonna find a way to get you. Like for example, here in Colorado, they don't have you don't have to do an emission test on your vehicle like they do in Texas. Well, guess what? They raise the prices on your damn your registration like a motherfucker. You paying high administration taxes on your vehicle. See what I'm saying? So they gonna find a way to you know what I'm saying, to get their money. So whether we think we're being slick, they gonna find a way. So So it ain't no way to just sit here and say, well, yeah, but don't do nothing slick. They're gonna do something slick to get their money. So, like I said before, America's greedy. They're gonna find a way.
So how do you think that $15 an hour minimum wage, if they try to make that a national standard, how does that impact the small business owner?
Say that one more time.
So how do you feel like the if they made $15 an hour the standard minimum wage across the board for the country, how does that impact a small business owner?
I don't think that would impact them that good, that well. So put it like this here, you got some not countries, you got some states that their minimum wage is more than $15 an hour. You see what I'm saying? So you'll be bringing those states down. And then, so put it like this here, the small business, I get it. People will be going to like the corner stores to buy whatever, things like that, which is good. Don't get me wrong. But then you gotta look at it like this here. If they do that, then you're gonna take away like your McDonald's, your Kroger's and things like that. So it's kind of one of those things to where it's kind of air on certain things, and I think it also depends on whatever state or city's economy on how things might work out. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of an iffy thing. You know what I'm saying? So because not every city and state is built all the same. So just because it might work over here don't mean it's going to work over there, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. So so you see a negative impact in the overall, situation. So what can a person do? Because we've seen walkouts on some of these jobs. We saw it at McDonald's in New York and some of these more expensive cities. They've raised the minimum wage. What do you think can be done for people who have an issue with that?
Well, see, that's the thing that I was just talking about. You walking out because of low minimum wage. Now, I'm not knocking anyone that works in McDonald's at all. Don't get me wrong. But we know McDonald's ain't paying a lot of money. Let's just be real. Everybody knows that McDonald's is not paying a whole lot of money. So if you, how can I say this in the right terminology? I know people are living off of what they make, and I get that, and I understand that. Some people living above their means. But we know that. You know what I'm saying? And Warren Buffett said it best. Never rely on one source of income, which means that there's other ways to make money. I mean, hey, you'll spare on your days off, go cut some grass, go babysit. I don't know, so whatever things, you know what I'm saying? There's always something else to do. Because we all know, but I know right now if I go get a job at McDonald's, that's just going to be a job. I make some money just to go get some groceries. Because I know that ain't going to pay my mortgage, that ain't going to pay my car note, that ain't going to pay my light bills, nothing like that. That money ain't going to do that. I already know that. So by you walking out, you're not proving anything. You're just proving these companies right. That's why a lot of these McDonald's are going to these kiosk things. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I get it though. You want to get paid more money because the cost of living is expensive. But at the same time, like I said, you know what you're getting yourself into. Let's just put it like that. You know it. So I think by you doing that, you're not benefiting yourself. You're not helping yourself, I should say. You kind of making these jobs say, okay, well, you can leave. I'm going to do this here then. I hire somebody else. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? They'll hire a little 16, 17-year-old kid that'll be good, that's living at home with mom that don't have to pay no bills. That'll be happy to, you know what I'm saying, to make that $100, $200 a week or however much. I don't know exactly. Now, I'm going to say it again. I'm not knocking anybody that works at McDonald's. But we all know. Come on now. Let's just be real. Yeah. They ain't paying that much money. Yeah. Let's just be real. Okay. That's just how I see it.
Okay. So people just got to make better personal decisions?
Yeah, you got to make better decisions. Because let's just say those that are walking out. I'm pretty sure they got things to take care of. I don't know. They probably got a child. I don't know. They probably got a car that's paid. Or I don't know. Whatever your situation is. But by you walking out, guess what? You're not getting paid. So you're not bringing that money home to take care of your situation. And Heidi, I'm not attacking McDonald's workers. Come on, Heidi. I'm just using that as an example. Come on, Heidi. but yeah, you come on. You know that no work, no pay.
Yeah.
Bottom line in the discussion. Yeah. You walk out, you ain't on that clock. They gonna say, excuse me. They gonna say, okay, well, guess what? I'm gonna hire somebody else. Or they might get some more kiosks because it's a McDonald's not too far by my house. They just remodeled it. They had like 5 registers up front. Once they done remodeling, they got only 2 registers, and they got 5 of those kiosks. So they taking away jobs. But like I said, you got those that are very rude. Those that act like just because they got personal issues at home, they don't know how to separate what you got going at home and your workplace. They don't know how to separate those. So then, you bring the negativity to work, and, you're going to have people that's going to complain. You're going to have people that's going to want to talk to your manager right then and there. So, you know what, like business is saying, okay, guess what, bye. So you're not really helping yourself. Just put it like that.
Okay. Interesting. And one last question. And just to know your thoughts on it, because we briefly got into the discussion. I'm planning on saving this conversation for another day, but what are your thoughts on the likelihood of black people actually receiving reparations? Because that's been a lot of talk from certain political parties, this election season. Do you really think that's going to happen?
You know what? I don't think that's going to happen. Because if it was going to happen, it would have happened a long time ago. And then if it do happen, me personally, I'm giving my check away. And the reason why I say that is if I didn't work for it, I don't want it. I've been on this earth long enough to know if somebody give you something, they're going to look for you to do something for them. Bottom line. I don't want it. I'm going to send it back to them. I don't want it. Because that old family member, they loan you $20, then they're going to expect for you to do something back, give them back do something for them. Well, I loaned you $20, you can do this for me. They're going to use it as a handicap. That's the word I was looking for. They're going to use it as a handicap against you. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm cool with that.
All right, look, you just, all you got to do when you get it, just sign the back of that check and just send it, down to Kemah to the P.O. box, and I make sure it gets back to the government where it's supposed to be. Sometimes them government bureaucrats they don't. This is so much red tape and shit. I got you, man. I'll take care of it, and then I'm gonna make a big investment in Man Up's World's Greatest Cookies. So it's gonna be on. Yeah. Famous Amy's gonna have to watch his back. It's gonna be on.
Yeah, you put it like this. Like I said, man, if I didn't work for it, I don't want it. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I've been in those situations. I asked my family, hey, let me, I was down there at one point. I said, let me $20, man, so I can put some gas in my car. Yeah. They give it to me, but then when I got on my feet, hey, let me get that $20 back. I'll give it back to you. So we supposed to be even. But then, hey, man, you remember that one time I loaned you $20? Now I need help. I give it back to you. Okay, all right, fuck it. Here you go. Here you go, $20. Then here you go again. You remember that time I helped you? Wait a minute now. So, you know what I'm saying? So, that's just how I see it. I mean, people might look at me like I'm crazy. It is what it is. But that's just how I see it.
Man, I'm telling you, man, because I had some careful like that. When I'm talking about, man, just so many situations. Like, when I can say how I helped him out was probably 50 times greater than anything he ever did for me. And that one situation that, it was, boy, he made sure to, man, you remember that time, such, and it's like, yeah, well, if I was a mark-ass nigga, I could just really run down a list. I could give you an itemized list of, the shit that I did, and each one of those was significantly greater than the one thing you ever did for me. But let me go ahead and get you off my back because, it's just... people be like that, man. It's crazy.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. They help you one time, but you'll end up helping them 20, 30 times. You know what I'm saying? And then people will be, then that person, you'll be like, you know what? Enough. And you got to separate yourself from that person. Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. You already know the government, man. They ain't giving you nothing for free. Put it like that. They ain't giving you nothing for free. And if they wanted to give you reparation, they would have been gave you that 40 acres and a mule a long time ago. So I ain't trying to hear that. It ain't happening.
Look, I'm gonna be just like y'all think. Look, that Dave Chappelle skit, I'm gonna be just like it. But I'm gonna sit back. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna let everybody blow their funds. I'm just like, damn, okay. And that's when I'm gonna start making power moves. I'm gonna just sit on it for a couple of months, and then we gonna bust a big lick. Okay. Anything else you'd like to add, man?
Nah, I'm straight, man. I'm just gonna sit back and watch the rest of the show, man. But I appreciate you taking my call, man. That was a good little call right there.
Really, I appreciate it. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts, man.
All right, yeah, I'm good now.
All right, you too. What? I ain't buying no damn baby. Selling babies, straight cash. Shit, them reparation checks on Honcho Premium Snapchat gonna be up the same day. I'm being that bitch promoting it like Beyond. So Heidi be capping on my social media. Look, that premium gonna be legit. It's gonna be properly promoted. Well, what's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
What up, though? No, what's up?
Miss Lady, how are you this evening, Miss Lady?
Oh my God, I'm tired, yo. I'm so tired. I'm too glad I am off tomorrow.
Your ass gonna go to work. You don't ever be off. You were supposed to be off a while back. Your ass still went to work. Told you not to go to work. You still went in. You don't be listening.
You know what I'm saying? All the time, man. They see, because I'm just too nice like that. I don't know. Motherfuckers don't get enough appreciation for that shit, though. I need a raise.
You got something no.
You know, see, and let me shut up. Don't start your shit.
What did I do?
Okay. Reborn virgin, you need to, you know what I'm saying, get the shit together. That includes, you know what I'm saying, your shit talking and all that stuff. You know what I'm talking about?
What do you mean? Just because I've reborn in my physical ways, it doesn't mean that I lose my personality. I can still be the same gentleman. I just don't act on the same morally questionable behaviors.
Oh Lord, you might as well go fuck then.
This sinful conversation is just unacceptable.
What you gonna do, Maria me? Oh, you better not.
No, I would never do such a thing. Never. No, unless you just start talking crazy, unless you start talking about, but I'm white though. You don't understand.
Oh, don't start, Maria, your ass. Don't start. We gonna get in contact with YouTube and shit.
No, not the reporters. Don't do the reporting. The reporting.
Oh my God. For everybody. Except for my girl Rashida. That's it.
That's tough, man.
Right. See? If Rashida wasn't married, if I wasn't married, that'd be my wife right there. You know what I'm talking about? I'm just playing. No, I made that face. I can just see it. I don't even got to look at YouTube to know that your ass just made that face.
Damn, man, you know me a little too well. God damn.
Right. But, so I kind of wanted to talk. It might be a little bit off the subject, but then again, not. Okay, so anywho, I don't know if I talked about this before, but like for instance, with the rent and stuff like that, with everything going up. I mean, it's just ridiculous for real. Like as of right now, like okay, like I told you before, I used to work on post, and when you worked on post, you know, you got paid more. They done brought that shit down too. You know, they trying to make everything equal, which I mean, I do kind of feel like that's fair. But at the same time, $7.25, that's what our thing is in North Carolina. You know what I'm saying? That's our rate. So that really sucks. Because I know, like, for instance, apartment complex, right? They used to have a pool out there. Yeah. And their rent was at $450 a month, right? They tore the pool down, built some like little bullshit playground, but it ain't even a playground. It looked like a bridge or some shit. Like it didn't, you know what I'm saying? Like that's all it was. It was just like a wooden bridge. I don't even know what the fuck, but okay. They had that, and then that's it. And they ended up when we was living there. It was when we moved in. It was at 550, and then some people took it over or whatever. They didn't fix nothing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, these are some old ass apartments. Like they've been around at least for about 40 years type shit, you know, that's been like renovated and whatnot, but not like that. Like I couldn't even open up my windows because they were painted shut. Like stupid shit like that. I mean, it was ridiculous, right? But these motherfuckers bought it out and raised the rent up to $650, a whole motherfucking $100. And I'm like, God damn, you want to go up on rent? You want to go up on milk? Milk used to be like $1 or some change. That shit is like $3 now. Like, get the fuck out of here. And they not even trying to accommodate for these motherfuckers that sitting over here trying to work, you know. And then they wonder why all this crime and stuff like that is going on because, you know what I'm saying? They asking for too much. The shit is retarded. Like, I'm finna have my own fucking farm. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really what you gotta do. Like, that shit is crazy. They asking for too much. Milk, eggs, everything done went up. Everything. They don't know what they gonna do with gas. I mean, that shit is just back and forth all the fucking time. It's ridiculous. I mean, damn. I had a little Geo tracker. That shit was $12 to fucking fill up. You know what I'm saying? That was when gas was like, what, $1.75 or some shit like that? And now it's at, yeah, what the fuck?
Man, I'm telling you, I remember being young and running out of gas one time. It was me and my little homeboy. We was in. He had a little. What was that? Was it Honda? Toyota Tercel, and that bitch was a stick shift. And we was a couple of miles from the house. And this was when gas was like might have been right at $1, right under $1. Man, we put 66 cents in that bitch. We was like, we might have been in fucking junior high. And fucking,
right.
And fucking that bitch got us to the house. We wasn't tripping. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
So we wasn't even tripping.
Motherfuckers be trying to give you $5 now. I'm like, hell no, I need like 10. What the hell? $5 ain't finna do shit.
Hell no. So you gotta think about the round trip now. I said $5 ain't gonna get you there, much less, get me back after I'm taking you somewhere. Shit, fuck all that. That 5 ain't gonna cut it.
Okay, 10 is cutting it close. Shit, why you bullshit? You better want to go to the store and back.
And then I want something from the store too. Shit, you have to buy me something too. I want some, whatever you getting. I want something out the store. Bring me a Reese's cup. That's what I want.
I got you. You know what I'm saying? you get the new white chocolate Reese's cups. That's what you get from me.
White chocolate. They got white chocolate Reese's cups.
Yeah, they got everything white now. You ain't know this?
I ain't know.
White power. No, I'm just kidding.
I knew it was gonna come out one day. It was gonna come out one day.
No, so look, okay, so for instance, too, with my job, right? Like I told you, I was working on posts, right? Now, as a manager, I was getting paid. I started off at $11.50 as a manager, right? Now off post, these motherfuckers getting paid $9, right?
Yeah.
So now I work off post, and these motherfuckers, they want me. I'm level 1. They want me to be level 3, which is right underneath the store manager, right? So store managers off post only get paid. I mean, not store managers, but level 3 only gets paid like $10.75, or maybe even $11.50. So they trying to tell me that when I go up in levels, I'm not going to get a raise anymore because I'm pretty much catching up to what I'm already getting paid. And I'm finna fight that shit because, for one, I didn't ask to be transferred. You know what I'm saying? They said that the other store needed help, and and that's what it was. Like they asked me to move there. They said that it's opportunity out there for you, better opportunity. If you think you would move up faster going out there, plus they need the help. They only have the general manager and one store. The general manager and one regular manager like me, and that's all they had. So they was doing like, all day working and shit like that and blah blah blah, like OC and opening and closing. So I'm like, but why do I have to get punished? You know what I'm saying? Just for me to be moved over there, like that's some bullshit. And she was like, well, I'm gonna try to fight for you to get 12 something an hour. But that's about the best that I can do because you already get paid the most out of all the managers as is already. So I'm like, okay, I understand that, but again, you know what I'm saying? That's not my fault because on post, you know what I'm saying, level 3, they already getting paid like $13.25. So that's still a whole dollar that I'm missing, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know, like, I think it's bullshit. Don't you agree?
Yeah, they got to pay like that way. If you holding all this weight, and they force you to move, they gotta come to some type of compromise, and it has to be a little bit better than that.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, all right, maybe at least about $12.75. You know what I'm saying? At least, goddamn, like that's some fuck shit. I was mad about that, but she was like, well, I'm gonna try to fight for it, but I'm like, man, we gonna see. Don't put no bullshit on me because I ain't asked to fucking move, man.
Okay. So how do you feel?
But anyway,
do you think that that it would be better if the minimum wage was $15 and everybody got paid 15? Like how do you think that would impact your situation?
I mean, shit, I think it would be better that way. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But then, I mean, they need to get more serious about the people that they hire and the people that they keep around. You know what I'm saying? I have to say my general manager, I love him. You know what I'm saying? He's straight, he cool as a fan, but he just too fucking nice. You know what I'm saying? He gives motherfuckers chance after chance. And it's like, man, damn. Me personally, I don't give a fuck. Like, if you're not working, I'm ready to get rid of your ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, I don't have time. Like, why do I have to work harder? You know what I'm saying? And you running up my motherfucking labor and shit like that. Like, for fucking what? You might as well not even be here. You know what I'm saying? If I'm already doing this shit by myself, why the fuck am I paying you? Like, we had this one dude, Honcho, I swear to God, that motherfucker, something was wrong with him. Like, he was, like, extra high and could not motherfucking function or something. I don't understand. Like, he was there for at least about 2-3 weeks. You know how to make a certain thing. Then when I ask you to go do it, you, like, totally fucking it up. Like, I don't even understand. Or this motherfucker just start dazing off at the motherfucking ceiling and shit like that. And I'm like, dude, go home. I'm done. Like, get the fuck out of here. One day he wanted to, like, come to work and you not doing a damn thing. You know what I'm saying? So after a while, I mean, like, I kept sending his ass home. Every time he was 2 weeks of motherfucking working, we get paid every 2 weeks. So I'm like, after 2 weeks, you going to get your paycheck and that shit going to be like $10. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's going to be a sad ass check. I'll guarantee that's what the fuck he's seen. I kept saying, fuck that. And then eventually he quit. And then tried to motherfucking the next day going to come back talking about, can I get my job back?
Shit, you wasn't doing
what the
job.
Fuck is wrong?
That's tough. If you wasn't doing the job, that's what I don't understand, though. Like, what killed me is people who work harder trying not to work than they do to actually do their job. Like, that's something I don't comprehend.
And look, let me tell you about this other dude. Oh my God, Honcho, this motherfucker I really wanted to slap, like, for real. Okay. So he was one of the main ones that was sitting over here talking shit about the other dude. Like, yeah, he ain't never want to work. I would work harder than him, and y'all just need to get rid of him, and blah, blah, blah. But like I said, my GM just chance after chance after chance. Like I said, we didn't fire him. That motherfucker quit. You know what I'm saying? So he was just talking shit, and he was like, blah, blah, blah. And then after a while, he started doing the same shit. And I'm like, and I'm telling my GM, I'm like, look, you sit here and wonder why, which you really shouldn't, because you gave this other motherfucker chance after chance after chance. The other people gonna start taking advantage of it. You know what I'm saying? Because they see that you nice. They see that you're not gonna fucking fire them. You know what I'm saying? So they gonna start motherfucking slacking. And this is exactly what this motherfucker started doing. No call, no show. You know what I'm saying? Call outs all the motherfucking time. Or, you know what I'm saying? Or he just started, like, really slacking at work, too. You know what I'm saying? At least he was doing a little bit. But so check this out. So he gonna send my manager, I'm talking about like a 4-paragraph motherfucking text message and shit, right? Talking about, Domino's is stressing me out, and Angela and my brother-in-law, he worked with me now. I got him on as a manager. So he was like, they bullying me and blah, blah, blah.
Bullying.
Yeah, yo. Like, talk about Angela, totally different person when you leave, and they just bullying me and stressing me out, and my girlfriend has noticed it, and da-da-da-da-da, and hoopla, hoopla. Oh, and also, I got another job, so, I'm not going to be, I'm quitting or whatever. I'm sorry to be such an inconvenience and da-da-da-da-da, right? All this bullshit. So my GM, he let me read this shit, and I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like, I was hot. Like, don't sit here and slander my motherfucking name. If you got another motherfucking job, you know what I'm saying, then let that be that. Why do you have to fabricate a whole motherfucking story about how somebody goddamn bullying you? You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why you quit. Stop with the bullshit. Let me tell you something, Honcho. You know what happened? This motherfucker did not get hired by his other job. So he gonna send my GM a text message talking about, I ain't get my other job, and my girl, she pregnant, and, I got bills and stuff like that, and I was wondering if it was okay if I could get my job back. I told my GM, I said, I'm gonna tell you what, hell no. And, I mean, if you do, because I know your ass is motherfucking nice, but I'm going to tell you what, he better not fucking come back. But if he do, we going to have a conversation about this whole motherfucking fabricated story that he motherfucking came up with on how I'm a fucking bully. And then on top of which, why the fuck would you even want to come back to a job where you claim that you being bullied at? You know what I'm saying? Now all of a sudden everything all good and gravy. Why? Because bitch, you ain't even get that job. Okay, right. Nah, hell nah. You gonna slander my motherfucking name? Fuck no.
That's it. Grown men especially, but grown people who use the term bully, that bothers me. They're like, what are you talking about? You're fucking grown. How do you get bullied? I don't comprehend that shit. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I just think differently about certain shit, but that shit don't make any sense to me. That's
ridiculous. Like, what? You feel like you bullied because I'm telling you to do your motherfucking job? Huh? Like, I don't get it either, Honcho. That shit was fucking ridiculous. But they did a vote, and he was like, he pretty much asked the other managers what did they think or whatever, and all of them was like, fuck no. So I was like, cool. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? You better start hiring other motherfuckers and start weeding out the baddies. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't even give a damn if we don't have no driver. Shit, it'll be carry out only. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, it don't fucking faze me none. But stop being so motherfucking nice. Like, people, really do take advantage of that shit. Like, that is crazy. Why?
It was a younger dude, or was he older? I mean, like.
Yeah, he was. Shit. I'm 36, so I'm old. So yeah, he young. He about like 23 or some shit like that. So yeah, still a little wet behind the ears.
that's tough. Like that's that that's that that's that younger generation. They on some different stuff.
Right. They fucking lazy. I don't understand. Like my first job, I was fucking 15 years old, and I had 2 motherfucking jobs and school. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, yeah, it was some bullshit job. It was fucking McDonald's and Burger King, but I did that shit. Like, what? I was trying to get paid. But I was also, doing other stuff that I shouldn't have been doing. So I had to, I had to pay for that somehow. Get snuck into the club and shit like that. Oh, man. Lord have mercy. I'm so glad my kids ain't like me. It is what it is. So, how you doing, Honcho? Don't be me.
Well,
What is that?
I'm just, no, I don't know about those kind of activities, being a born again gentleman.
Oh, my God. Well, you was a slut bucket before. Don't act like that.
I don't recall.
Don't forget where you come from
all those
just because
sins
you
were washed
reborn.
away. All those sins were washed away, even though I didn't.
Who told you that lie?
That's the rules, right?
No. I'm sorry, sir. I don't believe in that.
I heard that, after so long, the chick on the Breakfast Club said, like, after so long, your wholeness gets deleted. It's like your internet browser history. You got to wait a little bit. You go and you clear it all out, and your wholeness gets deleted, and then, you get to be born again. So you're no longer.
Not true. Because if you know a real hacker, the motherfuckers can still get into it. Just like how you try to delete, pictures and stuff like that on the internet. No, it's never going to happen.
What? People got pictures on the internet? I would never believe such a thing. Who would do stuff like that?
Oh, my God. I don't know. You kind of look like you might have a video. Don't make that face.
If you ain't seen it,
okay, I ain't gonna call you out like that, huh?
Look, if you ain't seen it, ain't no proof. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, that's how you feel about it?
Yeah, if you ain't seen it, ain't no proof. You know what I'm saying? So that's just how that works.
I'm gonna find it. Watch. I'm gonna find it and then I'm gonna send it to you.
If you find it, let me know.
You're gonna be like, oh my God. Huh? Shit like that just don't get erased, man. You can't erase your history, yo. You was a slut bucket back in the day. That's just not gonna go away. You know what I'm saying? You can't be reborn. Now you can try to, what's that called, celibacy? Ain't that how you say it?
Yeah, that's when you get it. Once you go celibate for so long, after you reach the like the 3-day mark, it's erased.
That don't work for me. You know what I'm saying? At least for women, if they practice that, they might get tighter and they stuff might rejuvenate a little bit. But how does that rejuvenate y'all?
I don't know. Look, see, what happens is, your endurance ability becomes, I don't know. I ain't got nothing.
Becomes weaker because of your ass. If you a reborn virgin, how long you lasted the first time? Be honest.
I was cool. I ain't gonna lie. When I after my little vow of celibacy, like I said, it was about 18 months. So.
No, I'm talking about your very first time.
Oh, my very first time.
Yeah, when you lost your virginity. Honestly, how long you lasted?
I don't know. I guess let me see what I qualified as. Because I was talking about it earlier. I don't really just recall all the details. It wasn't like no short time.
You a damn lie, because y'all motherfuckers get mad when y'all come too damn quick. Like, God damn it.
No, because it was like I say, because it was I'm not even going to go into all the details with that situation, but no, it was probably about maybe 10 minutes.
Damn it. No, I think you lying.
Only about 10 minutes. I mean, it ain't that long, but probably about 10 minutes.
Well, that's all right. You know, I thought men's first time would be like, you know, pre-nut type stuff, you know, like 5 seconds.
You're getting all excited for the sensation.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, don't that count? See, that count.
Well, I'm telling you, the only time I've ever had a situation like that was it was very interesting. It was the chick I was with. I mean, this chick, you know, we've been fucking around for a long time. One time I've had a quick situation like that ever is we was kicking it, and we actually had some company coming over, and we got to finagling for a little bit. And I don't know what it was about. I don't know if it was the fact that, you know, you had a short amount of time to operate or what. But she did some magic with that mouth that evening, and yeah, I wasn't complaining because shit, I got off. Like, it was like the timing was crazy because it might have been one of those few seconds experience, you know. It might have been adequate with the 35 seconds. And
Damn.
right
Got
when
that ass.
right when I busted that this one, we had to knock on the door. So I was like, perfect fucking timing. So
Damn. Man, I had one of those situations like that. That shit, yeah, that's crazy. That is funny.
But
Just so happens, like, it just was meant to be like that. I don't know.
Well, you know, it's cool. I ain't no complaints. So, like I said, it was all good because I probably would have been more mad had, you know, the situation got
right
ruined and stuff. So it was cool. It was cool.
Appreciate it. Right. You're so silly. Look, got you doing Sunday night confessions in this Monday.
Well, you know, I just saying, you know, sometimes you gotta confess. Sometimes you gotta get it off your chest.
You know, that's just, you know what I'm saying? I do that to people sometimes. You know, it be like that.
You trying to finesse, you know, trying to finesse.
You know what I'm saying? We gotta reverse the roles sometimes. You know, you always getting us all the time. You know, we need to get your ass sometimes. You know. It's all right though.
Stop all that hating, Nikki. You know, hey, I was Jackhammer Johnson. You know, I was laying down, or I thought I was doing something. I thought I was putting in the work. You know, but see, like I say, it took a while, but like I said, once I learned the finesse, it was game over. I was laying the pound game down. I was trying to rip the walls off that motherfucker. I'm trying to break a leg. But that's a whole.
No, you was not. Fucking like jackrabbits. Lord have mercy. Y'all need to stop that.
Yeah, I was trying to get it in.
You know, that is not cute. I just have to let y'all know that.
But what I'm saying is when you get basically, you know, your tutelage from back then, you know, VHS videos and things of that nature, you know, the way the porn star was getting it in, they was in there laying the pound game down. So I thought that was the move, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, and then like I said,
how you know?
Huh? I mean, I watched the shit. What you mean how I know? I was watching that's all you do? I'm like, okay. And then
Let's see, bro. Now I'm curious. Now I want to know what kind you into.
What kind of?
You asking everybody else?
I mean,
yeah.
I like the amateur shit. You know, back then it wasn't as accessible. Like if I was
oh my God.
still actively watching adult educational entertainment, I prefer the amateur shit because it's like I mean, it's because people who are actually enjoying the fucking, not all that fake ass hollering and doing all that. I don't give a fuck about this. It's just like
so you still like it when they was doing the little stories and shit with
I need to know why
bam bam music.
I need to know why they fucking. There's a reason that they fucking. You know, you can't just get into the sex without the story. I need to know the story. You know, what laid the foundation of this. You know, somebody got a flat tire. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta fuck. You know, got to fix your flat tire,
right?
Fix your car or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Or you know, somehow, how did she get on the bang bus? You know, I mean, these kind of things I need to know. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God. Okay. Looking like goddamn UPS man talking about I got a package for you.
Yeah, you know.
Oh my God.
I'm trying to learn the technique. I might got to deliver a pizza. You know, the pizza man used to get some love too. I might, you know, you just never know. You know, the delivery man always got the action. You know, I should have been Should have been a fucking FedEx
Shit,
run.
I had to do that shit one. Well, I didn't have to, but it was somebody I knew, and I was like, damn, I got 10 minutes. It be like that sometimes. Shit, hey.
Well, guess you gotta get it in when you gotta get it in. You know. I'm just
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But see, when we do it though, we consider sluts.
What? No.
Well, I don't give a damn. Y'all damn whores too, though. Y'all some little slut buckets.
Sluts is such a bad word. Like to me, hoes
It
is. Hoes just rolls off the tongue better. Sluts just sounds so much worse than hoes. I don't know why. Just sluts
Men can be hoes too, but then they call pimps, and females be hoes and sluts and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand.
Well, that's an ungentlemanly term. I'm a gentleman, so I would never say such a thing. I was, hey.
Okay, not sluts, but a hoe.
Yes, a hoe. Sluts just sounds diseased. I don't know why. Slut just sounds terrible for some reason. It just has a bad image when I think of, when you say certain words, you just get like an image in your mind. Like sluts just presents a bad image. So.
Oh, that's like one of them toothless motherfuckers and shit looking like. That's fucked up. That's so fucked up.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think sluts, everything, it's just. When I think of the word slut, I think gangbang. Like it's gonna be a whole different thing. A whole if she just fucking, hey, everybody like sex, but slut, I just think no limit soldier, some shit like she finna be with there or no, and it's whatever's clever. You know what I'm saying? So.
No Limit was not that bad. Whatchamacallit was bad though. 2 Live Crew.
No,
shit. Damn motherfuckers. Ooh-wee.
Buy something to eat in a nice dress. What is that?
To me, they was fucking on stage. That's a damn shame. But now they don't even have hoes no more. We got thoughts now.
Yeah, that's that new shit, that weird shit.
Right. I was so confused. I was like, what, you thought you was going to be a slut or a hoe?
that shit, when I was first hearing that shit, the first time I heard that shit was, what's that rapper name? Chief Keef. And I was like, that no thought. He's like, what the fuck does this mean? Like, I already thought, Chief Keef was slow. But I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, what does this mean? What are you talking about, no thought? This is the worst shit I've ever heard in my life. And then, the music just got progressively worse since then. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, it's terrible, man.
It's crazy. It is just so bad. Oh my God. I can't stand it. It's just like the other day we was talking about Chris Brown and song Freaky Friday. I fucking hate that song. I swear to God. And like, what genre would you put it in? You can't put it with R&B. It damn sure ain't rap. Like, what the fuck is it?
I don't know. I haven't even I've never heard the song, so I'm not sure.
You've heard that song.
No, I've never heard it. Like I said, I don't be listening to a lot of this other shit. Like a lot of this nowadays shit, I really don't. Like it might be one artist if he has a couple little catchy songs that I might listen to it for a little bit. But I'm not really a big Chris Brown fan. So I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, true. I still make CDs.
All right, man. What?
I do. I still make CDs like that.
I could not tell you the last time I saw a CD. Like even on my rig, I don't even have a CD drive. Like,
don't act like that, okay? Don't act like you fucking brand new, okay? I still have CDs where I'll mix. Like I got the whole fucking big ass. You know what I'm saying? Stack of CDs that you buy from Walmart. It's got like 200 of the motherfuckers in the stack. And I'm talking about all my CDs still got writing on the motherfuckers on what song it is and shit like that. Hey, listen. It be like that though. Because I don't feel like fiddling through motherfucking YouTube to find that shit. And YouTube still, like, if you play like a certain playlist, they still only play replay, main songs, you know what I'm saying? There's still songs that people forgot about, you know what I'm saying, that I still got on my shit, you know what I'm saying? Like one hit wonders and shit.
Ms. Lady, do you still have a VCR?
I do. I listen. I have all like my mom. She used to collect fucking Disney movies, so we have all the tape Disney movies that came out before CDs came out.
Mm,
Like we got the original Snow White,
mm,
shit like that, still on VHS. So yeah.
mm, mm, mm.
But then family videos too. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't never. I don't know how to do that. I don't know if I can put it onto a CD or something like that. But we still got home videos and stuff like that where you have to double tape. You know what I'm saying? You got the little small tape to put into the regular
Oh
VHS
yeah,
tape
yeah, like
type
the little
deal.
digital video. Oh man, I ain't even finna talk about that.
Right.
Look, it might be some footage out there somewhere with some of them tapes that I ain't even finna get into that. There are multiple
Yeah,
floating around the
like
United
it be
States
like that.
somewhere.
I don't want to throw that shit away. That's antique shit. You know what I'm saying? That's memories.
Mm. Okay, my
You
mom
know
still
what I'm
has a
saying?
VCR player. A VCR player, VCR. So that's tough.
Don't be trying to compare me with your
Yeah.
mom.
I mean, please be kind. Rewind. You know how that goes. That's a whole different deal right there. The roaches in the VH. Ugh, that's disgusting.
Don't act like that.
Mm, mm, mm.
Listen, I still had the first motherfucking Transformers movie on VHS.
Word?
Okay.
Oh
I
man.
got Little Shop of Horrors on
Hey,
VHS.
that's a classic. You got to keep
Okay.
that. That's a classic right there. You got to keep.
Right. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. Labyrinth, you know what I'm saying?
You
All
gotta,
that shit.
you gotta adjust the
Listen.
tracking and shit when you watch that shit. That's bad. That's
You
tough.
know what I'm saying? Don't let the VCR eat that shit. You gotta roll that
Man,
motherfucker back like you did with the tape.
that shit. That's wild. Mm,
Okay.
that's wild. Okay.
Don't act like that.
I'm not. I don't think bad of you. I just think differently. I ain't judging you. I ain't judging you at all.
Oh Lord, you better not judge a motherfucker.
Look. I ain't judging, but man, that's it. It is what it is. Okay.
That's alright. I'm gonna cuss you out next time. Right now, you know what I'm saying? I'm about to go in the town, come out. And hell yeah, smoke and then take my ass to bed.
Okay, well that's
And
fair. We'll hit that 2 times for your boy. I'm still on. I'm
okay.
still on hiatus. But when I come back, I don't know. I ain't gonna tell y'all when I come back into the game. Y'all ain't gonna never find out. I can't tell y'all. But who is Etika? I don't know about that. But
Oh, okay.
but Miss Lady Licious, as always, I appreciate you calling. Anything else you want to add before we wrap it up?
Hell no, I'm tired. I'm at home. I gotta get off before my husband come out here and be like, "What the hell you doing?" And then I'm be like, "Oh hell, hold on, make him call your ass."
I'll come to the call. Shit, we can chop it up. We can talk about whatever. Man. We can chop it up, man.
Okay. All right, y'all. Y'all take it easy. Y'all be good.
Well, I already, Miss Lady, appreciate you calling in.
You know it. All right.
Bye.
Yeah.
All right. Now we're gonna make. I think that'll be the last note we float on tonight. Oh wow. Oh, that dude. That dude, I heard about that. Like he's like a YouTuber or something like that. I'm not familiar with what he does, but I heard something about a YouTuber who like left like some old suicidal messages and then clocked out. Okay, yeah, I heard about that. I did hear something of the sort. Okay. Well now. As we get ready to wind it down and wrap it up here, I just want to say, let me take these hot ass things off. I appreciate y'all, man. I really do enjoy all of you. I enjoy just chopping it up with y'all. I want to say shout out to those of you who may have participated in yesterday's hashtag, if you will. Salute. to the ladies of the den. I love y'all. Y'all are great. Y'all are amazing. Yeah, if I look, I gotta, that's why if I wasn't born again, I'd be living in sin. Oh, that's all I gotta say. Very good conversation this evening, man. I think so too. I think there were a lot of great calls tonight. All the calls were great tonight, and it was a good conversation. So I decided to go a little bit longer, but I'm gonna get ready to wind it down, wrap it up, and I just thank y'all for coming through. I thank y'all for, just keeping 100 and being honest. I ain't fooling with y'all. Y'all be stunting. Look, y'all did nothing but harass me and attack me yesterday. I felt violated. I felt like my rights were stepped upon, infringed upon. So I'm gonna leave it at that. But that's all I'm gonna say. Very, very, very interesting. Oh, look at that. I think what I meant to cut off. I meant to cut off the phone line. Wow. But with that being said, let's talk about it. Let's do the proper exit dilly dally. At Honcho HTX, Instagram, Twitter. If you want to follow my personal social medias, you are more than welcome to do such. And some of y'all, I know y'all have different images and things, or some of y'all may have like your photo on your gram, and if you have a different name, I may not always know who it is. So let me know who it is, and I'll follow you back. I'll definitely follow the Den folk back on my personal Instagram. So, if you follow, I will follow back, all that good stuff. Hit that like button. If you enjoyed the conversation, hit that subscribe button. If you're just listening in, we go live every night at 10 p.m. I've been on time, I think, the last couple of nights. You can follow the Den Show on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Go like that Facebook page. Join the Facebook group, the closed group. The link is in the description below. And you can send an email at denshowlive@gmail.com. Excuse me. But all BS aside, I want to take a second. Somebody sent me a very inspirational email last night. Very inspirational. Well, actually, as I was going to sleep this morning. And to that individual, I want to say thank you. Salute to you, and I really do appreciate it. It put some things in a different perspective. Very motivational, very inspirational, and it was good to read that. Tomorrow morning, yes, I will be in action tomorrow morning. Yes, I'll be with y'all at your jobs. I won't leave y'all hanging. I got some flack for that. I had a couple folks hit me up, and they were not too happy with me and not having a morning den. So it will be a morning den tomorrow. Bet. I'm gonna check that out. Yeah, that's a bet. I like that. White persuasion. Nightly, 10 p.m. Central. Den at 10 is the easiest way to remember it. Monday through Friday during the day. Den at 10 in the evenings. DenShowPodcast.com. Hey, if you cannot watch, listen in. And I've been putting some of the streams on there. So if you just want to listen, you can go back and listen to them. Or, like I said, I will be having some new, fresh content on there soon. Make sure you're following. If you're not following, but go to Den Show Podcast and make sure you follow the show there. And you can catch it on your major, most of your major platforms. I gotta see what's up at Spotify, because I submitted, but then they rejected me. They may not like what I'm talking about. And so we'll see what's up with that. Go to denshowshop.com if you want the Den Show merch. Definitely check that out. If you want to call the Den, text the Den, screenshot the Den, send a message, picture messages, memes, whatever it may be, 833-284-3336. You can always leave a voicemail, and I try to, if I don't have anything going on and the line is open, I'll chop it up with you from time to time. Unless you ain't talking about nothing, then I'm gonna hang up on you. If you want to support the channel, shout out to Prepaid Mike, dropping the Benjamin love. Sincerely appreciate it. Den Show, streamlabs.com/the Den Show if you want to make a one-time donation to the channel. Shout out to the Patreon supporters, patreon.com/The Den Show. Shout out to James, Diana, Stina Starry-Eyed, Dan the Man. Shout out to Betty Spaghetti, Ms. Goya, and Donald Trump. I thank you for your commitment to the long-term success of this community. And all of you great people, all you lovely people. I rock with y'all. And y'all are great people. 800. That's a terrible number. I hope that number's banned from the books. If anybody ever gets that number again, their life is miserable. Mike Jones ain't even got that number no more. You go figure it out. Figure what out? Ain't nothing to figure out. Nothing to figure out. Baker Man. Already. Shout out to the Baker Man. 335, the stenographer. Heidi out there running wherever she is, checking out all the great sweatpants in England. But y'all have a good evening. I appreciate y'all. Nikki, you was asleep anyway. You ain't finna fool with Miss Nikki. But I thank y'all for coming through. Look, Jack, y'all ain't got to go home. But y'all should, it's late as shit. Y'all better be at home. You just cool, just watch tonight already. But I'm finna steal, get my meal on, all that other good stuff before I wrap it all the way up. But I thank y'all for watching. I thank y'all for watching each and every night. With that being said, check out the deuce. I'm out. Audi 5000. That's some old shit. That's some old shit niggas used to say. Audi 5000. Terrible. Terrible stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna call a rest. I've been tweaking a couple of things. I wanna put 2 or 3 more articles up on the website before I release that tomorrow or the day after. Dre, appreciate you coming through, man. My name, appreciate you coming through. All y'all have a good evening. White Persuasion, shout out to White Persuasion. And yeah, Jack, you know, I tried to wear the James Harden shirt in hopes of good luck, and he didn't get the love. They gave it to old whack ass Giannis. Miss Meat already. Shout out to all of you, great people, wonderful people. Shout out to Rashida. Dun, 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 dun.